Chapter 1788. Long Chen's intense reaction interrupted the discussions of the others. If he wanted to leave the shackles of the battle god city in the battlefield of gods, Lingxi had to be taken away. There was no doubt about this. If Lingxi couldn't go, then it would be meaningless even if he went. That branch clan leader spoke. How impudent. You can't defy the orders of my Su clan. You are so rebellious and unruly. Even if you go to the battle god city, you will only bring shame to our Su clan. Su Sheng interrupted him. His face was filled with smiles. When he saw the determination in Long Chen's eyes, he glanced at Su Zhen. Seeing that Su Zhen's expression was still indifferent, he waved his hand. Since we are about to set off, let's not delay any further. Everyone was in an uproar. Why did Su Sheng treat Long Chen so well? Naturally, it was to avoid any unexpected complications. His priority was still Su Zhen. Regardless of the conditions, he would send Long Chen away first. But this way, even more people weren't convinced. Even those young disciples who followed Long Chen had unsightly expressions. In front of the Sky Path Gate, there was a golden dragon sedan. That luxurious dragon sedan was inlaid with gems and several Dao treasures. The dragon sedan itself also had a large number of Dao runes that were currently glowing. These Dao runes were burning with golden flames, bathing the entire dragon sedan within. The intensity of the flames was like a roaring beast. This was the famous golden flame dragon sedan in the battle god city. This was a symbol of authority and status. The ones in charge of pulling the sedan were 10 five-clawed golden dragons. They were different from ordinary golden dragons. They were stronger. They were mid-grade divine dragons. Those 10 golden middle-aged men might be at the 9th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, similar to Ao Chong and the rest, but their combat prowess was much stronger. Get on the sedan. Over 40 people lined up and entered the Golden Flame Dragon sedan. Long Chen could be considered half a disciple of the ancestral clan. Not long later, he entered the Dragon sedan. The interior of the Golden Flame Dragon sedan was much larger than he had imagined. What entered his eyes was a luxuriously decorated hall. It was 500 meters in length and width, resplendent in gold and jade. The walls were engraved with all sorts of vivid and lifelike divinities. When the Golden Flame Dragon sedan closed, everyone had already gathered in the Golden Hall. After they lined up, Su Xilan led the 5 vice commanders to count the number of people. The 10 middle-aged men turned into 5-clawed golden dragons that were over 1,000 meters long. They rode on golden clouds and began their journey under the envious gazes of all the martial god ancient city's disciples. On the altar inside the Sky Path Gate, the remaining 4 young city lords all had different expressions on their faces. Su Sheng, on the other hand, was looking at Su Zhen. However, he realized that Su Zhen had no intention of following him. He couldn't help but wonder if his guess was really wrong. Otherwise, how could Su Zhen be so calm? After the Golden Flame Dragon palanquin completely disappeared, the crowd slowly dispersed. Su Zhen also returned to his study under the surveillance of others. For a long time, he did not come out again. The people monitoring him clearly knew that he was inside. However, Su Sheng didn't relax. He was wondering if Su Zhen would sneak into the battlefield of the gods when they weren't paying attention. Under the guidance of the 10 five-clawed golden dragons, the Golden Flame Dragon palanquin flew at a low altitude. Golden flames streaked across the sky with great momentum, attracting the attention of most people. In the outer city of the martial god ancient city, most people raised their heads when they saw the Golden Flame Dragon palanquin. Most of them didn't have the status to come into contact with the battlefield of the gods, so they didn't know where the Su family was going. However, they knew that those who were qualified to sit on the Golden Flame Dragon palanquin were definitely nobles of the Su family. Therefore, they could only be deeply envious. However, they couldn't do anything because this was a world where one's birth and bloodline determined one's achievements. Most people could only be unknown for a lifetime. In the Golden Flame Dragon palanquin, through the window, Long Chen's eyes could see through the golden flames and see the magnificent mountains and rivers below. The immortal god realm was simply too vast. Every single individual was insignificant in the face of the high-level laws of the world. Su Xilan was the commander of all the martial god teams of the Su family. She was good at military management. All the members of the Su family, including the 5 deputy commanders, were being reprimanded. Su Sheng had explained everything that needed to be explained, and Su Xilan was enforcing her own strict rules. After her speech, everyone was silent. There was no doubt that Su Xilan was extremely strict. That's all I want to say. I hope everyone will restrain themselves and don't bring unnecessary trouble to others. Don't bring trouble to the Su family, or I will kill you first. Su Xilan's intimidating eyes swept across the crowd. Those who had long heard of the power of the 5 young city lords didn't dare to say a word. All right, everyone, come and get a star talisman. If you are unlucky and get separated, you can contact me through this star talisman. Su Xilan took out more than 40 star talismans. The creation of star talismans came from a mysterious race in the immortal sacred territory called the Star Talisman race. The members of the race were good at the Tao of runes. They made star talismans in exchange for cultivation resources. They were considered a powerful race, and the star talismans they produced could be found all over the immortal sacred territory. The star talismans came in pairs and could only be used for one-on-one communication. There were many restrictions, but no matter what, it was the best means of communication in the world. Long Chen took a star talisman. He knew that Su Xilan had another star talisman that corresponded to the one in his hand. Through the only star talisman, she could communicate with him through space. In addition, there were many magical things in the immortal sacred territory that Long Chen had yet to see. After distributing the star talismans, Su Xilan said, "We will first go to the martial god's foothold outside the ancient land of divine wilderness. According to the formation of the 5-clawed golden dragon, it will take about 20 days. Everyone can go back to your rooms to cultivate and prepare. Don't disturb others." Yes. Everyone nodded at the graceful Su Xilan. The group dispersed. There were more than 100 rooms in the Golden Flame Dragon sedan. Everyone could have their own independent space without being disturbed by others to complete the task. Long Chen found a place to settle down. There was a window in the luxurious room, and he could see the magnificent scene below. They had already left the ancient city of Martial God. Su Zhen really didn't follow me. Is he sure that I won't dare to escape? Or does he have some other way? Long Chen pondered. In the divine nation, everyone was cultivating. Only Kitten was sleeping. They were a group of cute guys. Long Chen smiled and looked at their serious expressions. We must protect them. That was his wish. As the leader of the group, he had to shoulder this responsibility. The Golden Flame Dragon sedan entered the city. Long Chen sat cross-legged and recuperated, immersing himself in the dual paths of killing and time. Not long after, there was a commotion. When he calmly opened his eyes, more than a dozen people secretly walked into his room and quickly surrounded him. Before Long Chen could stand up, someone quickly used a cage-like Tao artifact to imprison everyone in a narrow space. The light film covered with star runes was like a bright starry sky, but it lacked a strong wall that could not be defeated. As expected, the leader was Su Tianzhou. Su Chan's 6 children were all present. Among them, Su Tianzhou was the strongest. There were 2 others whose strength was close to his, and they were in the early stage of the 9th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. In addition to their own siblings, there were 5 or 6 disciples of the branch family, led by Su Tianzhou. It was estimated that this had something to do with Su Yuchen's lackey that Long Chen killed. Previously, Su Tianzhou had already provoked Long Chen by shooting an arrow. The Su family's power was complicated. The descendants of gods were all proud and arrogant. After suffering a loss, it was difficult for them to endure. Su Tianzhou took a step forward with Su Yuchen and said, "This place is already under my control. Don't even think about leaving. It's true that under 5th Ant's control, I can't kill you, but I can make you live a life worse than death. After tormenting the people of my Su family, there has never been anyone who wants to live peacefully. Today, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to my brother, then drink this, and we can pretend that this never happened." After he finished speaking, under his signal, all the experts unrestrainedly released their might. Powerful forces gathered in one place. They had received the will of the martial god. In such a narrow environment, no matter who it was, they would suffer a great blow and be scared out of their wits. They knew that Long Chen was already very strong, but it was far from enough to defeat Su Yuyao. At least 5 people present could completely defeat Su Yuyao. Su Tianzhou held a bottle in his hand. The bottle was filled with a stinky liquid. Many corpse insects were crawling in it, making people feel nauseous. Kneel down and drink it. It's very simple. Su Tianzhou's purple eyes swirled with a terrifying light. Everyone threatened together. No matter who it was, they had to kneel down. Although they were young, they were already a terrifying force. Especially when the will of the martial god overlapped, even a reincarnation tribulation realm warrior couldn't withstand it. There was no room for negotiation. Long Chen's expression didn't change from beginning to end. This kind of threat was child's play to him. So what if the other party was strong? As soon as the other party finished threatening him, Long Chen escaped into the river of time. He's gone. Everyone was stunned. Su Tianzhou was stunned at first. Just as he was about to speak, blood-red flames started burning from an unknown corner. Coming into contact with such flames, especially in this narrow space where there was no way to dodge, most people immediately let out miserable cries. What happened instantly left Su Tianzhou at a loss. The blood-colored flames made him feel rather uncomfortable. In the blink of an eye, the blood-colored flames disappeared, and Su Yuchen appeared in Long Chen's hand. Long Chen stepped on him and pressed Lingxi's sword against his head. She said, "Remove this thing and scram. I'll let him go. You don't dare to kill, but I dare." Chapter 1789. The only one that Long Chen couldn't see through was Su Yuchen. Although Su Tianzhou's group was temporarily stronger than Long Chen because of their age, cultivation time, and resources, Long Chen had ways to control them, just like now. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had Su Yuchen under his control. Su Yuchen's injuries hadn't completely healed, and his cultivation base hadn't recovered either. Long Chen, on the other hand, had improved greatly. As he advanced and retreated, it was very easy for him to control Su Yuchen. At that moment, the Spirit Dawn sword stabbed into Su Yuchen's body, stirring his nascent divinity. Su Yuchen immediately felt a bone-deep pain. His body trembled, but he couldn't move. Bastard! Everyone was furious and was about to pounce on him. Long Chen quickly put Su Yuchen in front of him and held Lingxi's sword horizontally. Just when everyone was about to kill him, Lingxi's sword stabbed into Su Yuchen's body. Su Yuchen let out a fatal scream. Again! Long Chen was extremely calm and looked at them coldly. Back off! Su Tianzhou saw Su Yuchen's twitching appearance. If he had been one step slower, Su Yuchen would have been dead. He gradually realized that the person in front of him was a madman. This time, he wasn't prepared, so he made a mistake. Open the Big Dipper star map. He gave the order. Once the Big Dipper star map was opened, Long Chen wouldn't be confined to this small place anymore. His opponents wouldn't launch a large-scale battle against him. Alarming Su's island would do no good to anyone. Therefore, he simply returned Su Yuchen, who was pale and trembling all over. When everyone saw Su Yuchen's eyes roll back, they felt a cold wind under their feet. Long Chen. Su Tianzhou was unwilling to give up, but he didn't expect that such a small movement would attract everyone's attention. Soon, the 5 deputy commanders of the Rebirth Tribulation Realm appeared and separated them. After a while, Su Xilan walked over with a livid face. She looked at them coldly and said in a cold voice, "Everyone, follow me." She strode forward and walked into the hall of the Golden Flame Dragon Sedan. At the front of the hall was the deity tablet of the war god ancestor. This cold atmosphere gave everyone a bad premonition. Sure enough, Su Xilan turned around and said, "Everyone who participated in this fight, kneel here for 3 days and 3 nights before you can leave." For them, kneeling for 3 days and 3 nights was not a difficult thing, but it was a great loss of face, especially for people like Su Tianzhou who had a very high status in the family. After hearing this punishment, he quickly said with a bitter face, "Fifth Aunt, we were just playing for a while. We didn't mean any harm, and we didn't kill anyone. You don't have to punish us like this." If the news of him kneeling here for 3 days and 3 nights got back, he would probably lose face in Martial God Ancient City. Su Xilan sneered and said, "That's right, I just reprimanded you and you're ready to fight. Obviously, you don't take my words seriously. I know you are the son of my 4th brother, but I am now the commander of this trip. If I don't punish you, you will not stop. I will say one more word, all of you kneel, otherwise you can only lie here." Su Xilan was an elder, and her strength was much stronger. With a glance, everyone helplessly knelt down. Among them, Su Yuchen had already fallen into a coma. Su Tianzhou quickly said, "Fifth Aunt, this Long Chen is ruthless. He seriously injured Yu Chen and made him fall into a coma. He is arrogant and should receive a more severe punishment than us. At this time, almost all the people in the Golden Flame Dragon sedan were here. Su Xilan's cold gaze shifted to Long Chen. Next to her, Su Yuji quickly said, "Fifth Aunt, it is obvious that the Heaven Continent is the one who is causing trouble." Previously in the Sky Path sect, he had already used the 9-star Sky's Bow to attack Long Chen. Long Chen was trapped by it and could not escape. It is reasonable for him to hold someone hostage to protect his life. Su Xilan shook her head. She looked coldly at Long Chen and said, "This boy does not obey us. He is arrogant and has offended his superiors. He should be punished the same way. Long Chen, you are now a member of the Su family, so you should kneel to the ancestors. Considering that you are not the instigator, you only need to kneel for 2 days, and then you can leave." Everyone nodded. Long Chen was too disobedient, so he should also be punished like this. Otherwise, he would really be out of control. When everyone's eyes were waiting for him to kneel, Long Chen said, "I only kneel to my parents and teachers. I do not kneel to others. You should change the way of punishment." Su Xilan's authority was indeed great. Although her strength was the lowest among the 5 young city masters, for Long Chen at this time, he could only look up to her. Now she was angry and wanted to establish her authority. Moreover, she could see that he was not loyal to the Su family. Su Zhan was not here, so he had become a persimmon that she could pinch at will. But even so, he still could not kneel to other people's ancestors. This disobedient sentence immediately made everyone dissatisfied. Su Xilan did not speak, but from her eyebrows, she was already angry. Su Yuji's task was to protect Long Chen. He was very anxious and said, "Fifth Aunt, he has just joined the Su family and does not know many rules. This is my fault. I hope Fifth Aunt can give me a chance to teach him. We have just set off, and it is not worthwhile to make a fuss over this matter." Su Xilan really did not want to make a fuss. Long Chen's firm eyes told her that he would probably fight to the death with her for kneeling down. Considering his special identity, it was really meaningless to make a fuss. Her tone changed and she suddenly asked, "Mu Chen, you are their boss. What do you think we should do?" Su Mu Chen stood in the darkness and his tall figure could not be seen clearly. He said, "He is just making a reasonable counterattack as a weak person. There is nothing wrong with it." Everyone thought that Su Mu Chen would take the opportunity to punish Long Chen because of his relationship with Su Yu Yao. They did not expect him to say such words. Was this a super Shenron protecting an existence of the same level as him? Everyone began to become puzzled. Su Xilan had a way out. She let Long Chen go, but made Su Tianzhou and the others kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. During these 3 days and 3 nights of kneeling, the resentment in their hearts became stronger and stronger. The so-called repentance was, of course, impossible. They only understood that if they wanted to vent their anger, they had to make a detailed plan. 20 days passed, and the journey was uneventful. These days, Long Chen was finally able to spend his time in peace. His cultivation was increasingly stable, and he had sufficient development in the 2 heavenly das. In the divine nation, everyone had also made some progress. Through the window, Long Chen saw the vast land that was quickly disappearing below. This was an ancient land with mountains, rivers, and countless withered old trees reaching into the sky. Between the mountains, there were primordial descendants and giant beasts roaring. Between the mountains, there were dense crawling insects. Not a blade of grass grew and blood was everywhere. Only in the ancient cities of God's descendants seemed to be relatively safe. Other places were filled with killing intent. But for Long Chen, he felt that in the ancient cities of God's descendants, the killing intent was stronger. He didn't know when Su Yuji had arrived. She sat at the front, revealing her curves and alluring posture. A gentle breeze blew her long hair, making her look rather enchanting. She said softly, "We're almost at the stronghold our ancient god city established in the ancient land of Divine Desolate. The Golden Flame Dragon sedan will stop there. After that, we'll enter the ancient land of Divine Desolate ourselves." Is this already the central region of the Dragon God domain? What exactly is the ancient land of Divine Desolate? Long Chen asked. Su Yuji said, "It's a huge forbidden zone for life, and also one of the most dangerous places in the Dragon God domain. It has existed since the primordial era, and is rumored to be the periphery of the battlefield of the ancient gods. There are countless treasures of heaven and earth, and it is even rumored that the remains of the gods are left there. It's extremely mysterious, and there are even super desolate beasts and desolate worms wreaking havoc there. If one's cultivation is insufficient, entering is basically courting death. Moreover, there are also many strange and astonishing ancient species in the ancient land of Divine Desolate, and they can often bring about unpredictable disasters. Longchen more or less understood. If one wanted to go to the battlefield of the gods, they actually had to pass through the ancient land of Divine Desolate. The ancient land of Divine Desolate was extremely large, and it was known as one of the most dangerous places in the Dragon God domain, and it was not without reason. Speaking of which, the ancient land of Divine Desolate is really a strange place. You'll know once you enter, especially the elemental spirit formations inside. They are even more unimaginable and naturally formed. Su Yuyao said with a smile. Longchen suddenly said, the existence of a place like the battlefield of the gods, does it mean that the reason why the ancient gods disappeared and no longer lived forever was because they were annihilated in this battle? Su Yuji was stunned. Your imagination is really rich. In reality, it's not like that. The disappearance of the gods is definitely not that simple, or perhaps it has something to do with the mystery of the disappearance of the divine dragon. However, the battlefield of the gods is not the battlefield of all the gods. Calling it a battlefield is just the conjecture of later generations. In reality, there were many races in the eternal god domain, and they were at war with each other, and all the gods of the human race were very united. How could they all be annihilated in a battle? There were actually very few things about the gods that had been passed down. I haven't gotten rid of Su Zhan's control yet, so there's no point in thinking about these things. When the day comes that I'm lucky enough to stand at the peak of the eternal god domain, I'll look for the answer to this question, and the divine dragon. Amidst this pleasant conversation, everyone arrived at the periphery of the ancient land of Divine Desolate. Long Chen thought of Su Yuji's spiritual snowhound, and did not know how that pitiful puppy was doing. Hence he probed, I've been with the spiritual snowhound for some time, and I really miss it. Can I take a look? Su Yuji was startled, and hurriedly shook her head. I'm sorry, I left it in the martial god ancient city. Oh! Since that was the case, Long Chen did not ask any further. After all, it was not appropriate. Rumble. The Golden Flame Dragon Sedan descended. Chapter 1790. At the bottom was a small town with a small population. It was a stronghold that the martial god ancient city had established in the periphery of the primordial divine desolate land. The primordial divine desolate land was an important territory, and many forces would set up strongholds here. The Golden Flame Dragon Sedan descended. When they landed, the group came out. After 20 days, they could finally experience the feeling of having their feet on solid ground. For a moment, they were a little dazed. The opening of the battlefield of the gods was a major event in the Dragon God domain. Everyone in the town was already prepared and warmly welcomed Long Chen's group. Naturally, within this group of people, Long Chen could be considered as an unremarkable one. There were quite a few dazzling geniuses within the Su family, and the majority of them came from the Zong family. There were no less than 7 people like Su Yuji, who were at the 9th grade Nirvana Tribulation late phase. As for those at the pinnacle level, there were only 3 people like Su Mu Chen, who possessed the combat prowess of a reincarnation tribulation stage. Su Mu Chen possessed the fighting strength of a reincarnation tribulation realm, while the other 2 were genuine reincarnation tribulation realm cultivators. One was Su Shang's son, not the eldest son, but he had already passed the first reincarnation tribulation. His name was Su Tianyuan, and he had inherited Su Shang's tradition. He had an amiable temperament, but unlike Su Shang's fat body, Su Tianyuan was an elegant young master without any temper. The other one was a playboy with a pair of peach blossom eyes. He had a handsome appearance and a bewitching gaze. His fingers were slender and his hair was tied up high. This was Su Ming's eldest son, Su Jiuyo. The relationship between Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo was similar to the relationship between Su Shang and Su Ming. They were also known as the new Gemini stars of the Su clan. As for why Su Mu Chen's position was so high, it was because he had once fought with Su Jiuyo. With his Nirvana Tribulation realm cultivation, he was actually on par with Su Jiuyo. The 2 of them usually didn't pay much attention to Long Chen. With their status and identity, Long Chen wasn't worth paying attention to. The group received the warmest welcome in the town. Amidst the crowd, Long Chen raised his head and looked forward. Half of the sky in front of him had already been covered by the blood-yellow desolate gas. Presumably, the desolate gas that covered half the sky was emitted from the ancient land of Divine Desolate. The ancient land of Divine Desolate was submerged behind the desolate gas, so he could not see it clearly for the time being. However, in the middle of the sinister ancient divine wasteland, one could vaguely hear the berserk roars of giant beasts. When they galloped, they caused a huge tremor. There were also the auras of many unknown creatures, which still made one's heart tremble in fear. It was a world of slaughter. Although they were still very far away, the dense killing aura and the smell of rotting corpses were blown over by the strong wind, making people feel very uncomfortable. Let's rest here for a day. Tomorrow, we will enter the divine wilderness ancient land. Xueqi ordered against the strong wind. They did not disperse. Instead, they settled down under the hospitality of the people in the town. The person in charge of the town was already kneeling at Xueqi's feet. "Stand up and talk," Xueqi said. It was an old man with white hair and beard, but his eyes were bright and full of expression. He stood up and respectfully faced the high and mighty young city lord. "What's the situation now?" Xueqi asked. The old man replied, "Many teams have entered, including the Twilight Divine City, North Sea Divine City, Blaze Divine City, etc. Xueqi gently nodded her head and asked again, "How's the strength of the new generation of the ancient god's descendants compared to our martial god ancient city's disciples?" The old man cautiously replied, "Many ancient god's descendants are pretty good, but compared to our martial god ancient city, they're still slightly inferior." Xueqi frowned her brows. "Don't flatter me. Tell me the truth." The old man replied, "They're indeed very powerful. There are at least 3 reincarnation tribulation realms among them." Xueqi nodded her head. "At least 3. That means if we don't include Mu Chen, our martial god ancient city is still at the bottom. Those fellows have really hidden themselves well. I hope that our martial god ancient city can have a few more reincarnation tribulation realm youths after bathing in the divine spiritual rain. After all, there are roughly 7 of them in the late phase nirvana tribulation realm. Ancestor, please bless us. Our martial god ancient city will definitely become stronger." The old man was excited. "All right, let's go." Xueqi waved her hand. "There's one more thing." The old man hesitated for a moment. "Speak." The old man said, "The ancient divine wilderness hasn't been peaceful recently. Many reincarnation tribulation realm ancient ominous beasts have appeared. They're extremely brutal. In recent months, very few people have dared to venture deep into the ancient divine wilderness, not to mention reaching the deity sea. This is an abnormal phenomenon. I've also heard that a large number of Nian beasts have appeared." Nian beasts. Xueqi recalled for a moment. Her face was a little unsightly. Ancient mutant beasts? They have great control over space and the power of time reversal. They can even devour a martial artist's physical body. They're extremely brutal. Some of them are strong, while some are weak. I'm afraid that the strongest among them can even time reversal. The old man nodded his head and said, "Yes, the Nian beast's attack power is not strong, but the ability to move the stars is too troublesome. The trip to the ancient land of divine wasteland is a trial for the disciples, and the rules that have been passed down for tens of millions of years have been passed down to this day. They have to cross the divine sea on foot, but the appearance of the Nian beast, the movement of the stars, if it is serious, it will disrupt the team, causing the disciples to be transferred everywhere in the ancient land of divine wasteland." Xueqi also frowned. She said, "Go and find out more information about Nian beasts. Tomorrow's departure plan remains the same. If the other divine descendants teams aren't afraid, why should we be afraid?" The old man then left. Nian beasts. Xueqi snorted coldly. The small Nian beasts were nothing to be afraid of. As for the big ones, they could just kill them. After a day of peace in the small town, the next morning, everyone gathered at the northern entrance of the small town under Xueqi's call. They were ready to set off. In front of them was the ancient divine wilderness. The land was shrouded in desolate gas. It was like a huge beast that was hibernating in front of everyone. It surged crazily, causing sand and stones to fly. Thinking about how they would soon enter the legendary ancient divine wilderness and how they would be able to improve greatly in the battlefield of the gods, the young disciples were excited. With the protection of the 6 commanders, They didn't think that they would encounter any danger in the ancient divine wilderness. Instead, they were excited about meeting the other 72 ancient cities teams. In the ancient god of war's territory, their Sioux family dominated the world. Today, they finally had the chance to meet the descendants of the gods. Sioux Xylan looked at everyone coldly and said, "The ancient divine wilderness is also a trial for all of you. If you encounter desolate beasts and poisonous insects, you should face them together and solve them together. Unless there's a calamity that you can't resist, the 6 of us commanders will not take action. Also, please be friendly to the brothers and sisters from the other divine descendants' ancient cities. If anything happens, I won't stand up for you." Everyone nodded in fear. These days, Sioux Xylan, who did things swiftly and decisively, had built up a lot of prestige in front of everyone. She said, "Yesterday, I received an invitation from the giant miracle divine city and the profound ice divine city. We are going to meet up with those 2 teams and enter the ancient divine wilderness together. They are the descendants of the giant miracle divine city and the profound ice divine city. They have been on good terms with our Sioux family for generations. There are countless geniuses in the clan. Among the new generation of the giant miracle divine city, there are 4 Samsara realm warriors, and the profound ice divine city also has 3. Therefore, you must suppress the pride of your bloodline to the lowest level, because the other party is in existence of the same level as us. These 2 teams will be our loyal allies, and it is absolutely forbidden to become enemies with them. Do you understand?" Everyone understood Sioux Xylan's words. To put it bluntly, these 2 divine cities were allies. If they wanted to compete with the other divine descendants' ancient cities, it would be fine as long as they didn't look for them. Giant Miracle Divine City. Profound Ice Divine City. Long Chen silently recited the names of these gods. The 72 gods created the peak of the dragon god domain's 72 divine das. The ancient martial god city was good at the Tao of combat, the giant miracle divine city was good at the Tao of power and the Tao of puppets, and the profound ice divine city was good at the Tao of profound ice. Each had their own strengths. Under Sioux Xylan's lead, the team of more than 40 people headed towards the ancient divine wilderness. The closer they got to the ancient divine wilderness, the more uneasy Long Chen felt. As expected, this was a peerless and ominous land. However, he felt that it was just right. The more ominous a place was, the higher the possibility of him escaping. Currently, it seemed that Su Zhan had not followed him. It was very likely that he had Su Xylan, Su Mukin, or Su Yuji monitor him. The ground was faintly trembling. After walking for about half of the journey, 2 teams appeared in front of him, waiting for him. On the left was a group of tall humans, all of whom were at least 2 meters tall. Regardless of male or female, they all had rough appearances and bulging muscles. The bloodline of the mighty miracle god allowed them to release violent strength and wildness, and their pair of bright eyes contained an extremely shocking power. On the right were the people of the profound ice divine city. Compared to the people of the giant miracle divine city, they were much more normal. They were basically all wearing ice blue robes and armor. Their bodies were cold and their faces were snow white. A group of people gathered together. Cold air rose, and many sharp ice crystals formed on the ground. Their eyes, which were like profound ice, were abnormally cold. They were also a powerful race with the bloodline of gods. The 3 sides gathered. Soon, among the 2 teams of gods, there were leaders who had the same status as Sioux Xylan. They all had their own special bloodline. One was a rough middle-aged man, and the other was an ice-cold woman. Sioux Xylan was wearing armor and looked like a martial god. She hurriedly stepped forward and said, "I'm sorry, the 2 of you. Xylan is a step late." The leader of the giant miracle divine city smiled and said, "We just arrived for a while. It's no big deal. We haven't seen each other for many years. Sister Xylan's strength has improved by leaps and bounds." It's really an eye-opener. They already knew each other. Sioux Xylan smiled slightly and they exchanged a few words. The ice-cold woman said, "We're considered to be late. Since we've gathered, let's start entering the ancient divine wilderness." Everyone nodded. At this time, the youths of the 3 teams were sizing each other up. Some of them were eager to try. The Nyen beast attacked and the stars shifted. Everyone was transported home. I wish everyone a happy new year and a prosperous new year. Chapter 1791. Young people finally met each other. It was normal for them to be angry. The three leaders laughed. They were too familiar with this scene. Back when they were young and met so many young experts of the ancient city of God's descendants for the first time, they were also like this. They were eager to have a big battle to prove their strength and glory. They turned a blind eye to this kind of thing. The leader of the mighty miracle god had a cheerful personality. He laughed loudly and said, "Boys, this is the brother and sister of the martial god's bloodline. This is the brother and sister of the profound ice god's bloodline. They are all good friends of the mighty miracle god's bloodline. We have fought together for many years." After the repeated emphasis of their team, the young people let down some of their guard against each other. However, they couldn't put down their pride to make friends with others for the time being. The team began to set off. Long Chen looked left and right. On the left, the descendant of the mighty spirit god had a violent bloodline, like a violent bear. His bones were filled with violent genes, and he had an extremely strong destructive power. On the right, the descendant of the profound ice spirit god had an extremely cold bloodline. His body looked like ice, and he had a handsome appearance. His body emitted a cold aura that made people shiver. Wherever he went, even the ground was covered in frost. The bloodline of the 72 gods were probably not ordinary. The commanders were chatting happily while the youngsters were sizing each other up. Long Chen, on the other hand, placed his attention on the ancient land of the divine wasteland that he had come to for the first time. At this moment, the wind was blowing violently, causing sand and stones to fly. Everyone seemed to be advancing against the wind. The wind was so strong that it felt like knives brushing past their bodies. If not for the protection of the Nirvana force, their bodies would have been cut open. The wind brought a strong stench of desolate beasts and blood. It was like a slaughterhouse from hell, making people's scalps numb. Endless beast roars could be vaguely heard. They were all ghostly sounds that made people tremble in fear. "We are about to pass through the desolate storm. Everyone protect yourselves and don't let the wind blow you away. After this desolate storm, we will truly enter the ancient divine desolate land." Su Xilan's cold voice came from the front. On Long Chen's left was Su Yuji, and on his right was Su Mu Chen. In this situation, it didn't seem realistic to use the desolate storm to escape. The desolate storm looked terrifying, but in reality, it was nothing to an expert. It wasn't a good opportunity. Therefore, he calmed his heart and prepared to enter the ancient land of divine wilderness first. The desolate storm was like a tornado, enveloping the ancient divine desolate land within it. Its range was extremely wide, and it would take a certain amount of time to cross it on foot. In front of Long Chen was a huge wind wall that was spinning at a high speed, filled with the aura of death. Many people in the team had already entered the desolate storm, and Long Chen had also followed in. Not long after, he was engulfed by the gale. His vision was blurred, and he could only blindly follow the group forward. Some disciples from the ancestral clans who weren't considered particularly strong started to collapse. It was just that the various clans with a bloodline of divinities all had a fine tradition of perseverance. Usually, they would be able to grit their teeth and endure. After persisting in the storm for about half an hour, the surrounding wind temporarily dissipated. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. The troublesome torture was finally over, but they soon discovered that they had once again entered hell. This was the ancient land of divine wilderness. What entered their eyes was a desolate and ancient land. It was rugged, and there were gigantic beasts running about, poisonous insects roaming about. Between the mountains and ravines, there were endless dangers, and a huge number of corpses were buried. There was a thick smell of blood in the air, which didn't dissipate even after a long time. Even the small rivers by the side of the road were stained with the color of blood, and from time to time, there would be corpses floating out. The entire ancient land of divine wilderness was still enveloped in the storm. Blood-yellow sand danced wildly in all directions, just that it wasn't as intense as the desolate storm. This world brought a fatal pressure to everyone. The faces of the bloodline of divinities were still pale. They didn't expect that they would actually need to pass through such a place to reach the divine sea, to reach the battlefield of the gods. It seemed that this experience wasn't only filled with benefits, there was also a test. The most peculiar thing was the elemental spiritual array. It was a mysterious thing that filled the ancient land of divine wilderness. It was formed naturally, and no one had any influence on it. The elemental spiritual array soared into the sky, extending from the ground to a height of several hundred meters. The sky was enveloped by a dense dark yellow aura of desolation. The sky couldn't be seen, and the elemental spiritual array was basically inserted straight into the desolation aura. Different elemental spiritual arrays contained different Daos and brought about different dangers of death. For example, the moment Long Chen entered, he could see a pillar of fire that pierced through the heavens and earth. It was dozens of meters in diameter and its speed was extremely fast. Wherever it went, everything turned into charcoal. Below the pillar of fire was the elemental spiritual array. It wasn't just flames, there were also all kinds of attacks caused by Daos. For example, the Tao of slaughter was a ball of bloody gas. Anyone who was contaminated by it would also be severely injured. There were also profound ice elemental spiritual arrays and many other strange Daos that caused a destructive blow. To be honest, most of the people who adventured in the ancient land of divine wilderness died under the elemental spiritual array. This elemental spiritual array was a unique characteristic of the ancient land of divine wilderness, and also a nightmare in people's hearts. Long Chen looked over, but naturally, he couldn't see the end of the land. This is the ancient land of divine wilderness. This was also the first time the youths had come to this place. Their eyes were filled with amazement. They had never imagined what kind of fate they would encounter. Su Xilan and the others were used to it. They ordered, "Everyone, follow closely. This is the last test for you. While protecting yourselves, remember to protect your brothers and sisters. If you encounter an elemental spiritual array, you must dodge it or you will die without a doubt." Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Under the leadership of the various commanders, the group began to slowly advance. After the elders' praise, the youths looked at the world in awe. Rumor had it that the gods had once fought here, turning this place into a desolate world. The corpses of ancient gods were still buried in the endless underground of the ancient land of divine wilderness. Boom! An elemental spiritual array filled with a black vortex rushed over. Under Su Xilan's reminder, the young disciples dodged like a swarm of bees, allowing the elemental spiritual array to pass by. The astonishing destructive power made everyone tremble in fear. The group once again gathered together. That's an elemental spiritual array formed by the Tao of devouring. The boundless world is truly full of wonders. Many people sighed. Just as they dodged the elemental spiritual array, a large number of experts' auras suddenly appeared behind them. Nearly 20 commanders immediately sensed it. They stopped the group from entering the city, then vigilantly looked behind them. In their line of sight, a group of white-haired people wearing white robes with golden trimmings walked out of the desolate storm. Their bodies were filled with a holy radiance, each and every one of them looked like a true god. A group of about 60 people walked out of the desolate storm safely, just in time to meet the three major races. They wore snow-white robes and radiated holy power. Regardless of gender, they all had beautiful silver-white hair that was dazzling and astonishing. The holy power radiating from their bodies was awe-inspiring. The golden thorny flower tattooed on their chests proved their identity. Su Xilan frowned deeply, murmuring, "It's actually people from the Radiance Divine City." Mighty Miracle Divine City's commander, Pang Zhong, spat and said, "These guys are the most difficult to deal with. I hope they don't cause trouble. It's just the beginning and we already encountered them. What bad luck." Profound Ice Divine City's commander, Bing Qing Xue, said, "If they cause trouble, then we'll fight." At this time, the people from the Radiance Divine City who just came out of the desolate storm also saw them. A total of 3 groups gathered together, but they didn't scare them at all. The 72 divine cities were divided into 5 regions of the Dragon God domain: East, West, South, and Central. Among them, the most fertile divine city in the Central region was the most powerful. The East, West, South, and North were relatively ordinary. In the vast land of the South, there were a total of a dozen divine cities. Among these dozen divine cities, the Radiance Divine City was the most powerful. Corresponding to the Darkness Divine City in the North, Light Divine City was used to calling itself the First City of the South, which meant number 1 in the South. Martial God Ancient City, Profound Ice Divine City, and Mighty Miracle Divine City were all divine cities in the South. Because of some generations of grudges, when they saw the people from the Radiance Divine City, their expressions weren't friendly. The people from the Radiance Divine City naturally noticed them as well. This group of people was fearless and actually walked towards them. Regardless of gender, all of them had cold expressions. Only the silver-haired handsome and middle-aged chief commander, who was still a rare beauty, walked over enthusiastically and laughed. So it's the brothers from the mighty miracle divine city, profound ice divine city, and martial god ancient city. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. It must be fate. Have your 3 groups formed a group? That's great. We'll also join your group and head towards the deity sea together. My Radiance Divine City has the ability to protect ourselves and others. Everyone, please don't disagree. We're all from the southern divine cities. We should be united. After saying that, he didn't wait for the 3 of them to agree, and called out to the new generation of the Radiance Divine City to gather over here. However, these young disciples were even more arrogant than the new generation of the 3 ancient cities. They boasted that they were the number 1 in the south, so they naturally wouldn't lower themselves to pay attention to the people from the 3 ancient cities. They wanted to compare themselves with the top few groups from the central region. The scene suddenly quietened down. The 2 groups looked at each other with vigilance in their eyes. Why? You don't welcome us? The chief commander of the Radiance Divine City said with a smile. The 3 of them looked at each other. It was better not to form a grudge as it wouldn't benefit anyone. Hence, Pang Zhong from the mighty miracle divine city said, Not at all, not at all. We're more than happy to have the powerful Radiance Divine City join us. Why wouldn't we welcome you? Chapter 1792. Long Chen could sense that although the other party only had 6 commanders, 5 deputy commanders, and 1 chief commander, the strength of the Radiance Divine City was much stronger than the Radiance Divine City. Their group had over 60 youths. Over the years, the rules had always been that there were no restrictions on the number of disciples from the Zone clan. This also meant that the number of disciples from the Zone clan who met the requirements was close to 40, far surpassing the number of disciples from the Martial God City. Moreover, with his current insight, he could tell that there were a total of 10 Rebirth Tribulation Realm martial artists of the younger generation of Radiance Divine City, who were on par with Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo. Adding up Su Mu Chen, there were only 10 people in the 3 divine cities. This meant that the strength of the Light Divine Cities team was close to the sum of the 3. Especially the chief commander of the Light Divine City. Su Xilan and the others were quite afraid of him. He must be a peerless expert. The commander of the Radiance Divine City was also the young city lord. His name was Shang Luan, and he was a famous playboy who had countless women. He had a sinister personality and was rather difficult to deal with. He was also one of the most popular candidates to become the next city lord. The Radiance Divine City occupied the most fertile area in the south and had a dense bloodline. Its size was 3 times larger than the martial god ancient city. From this small group, one could roughly see what was going on. Along the way, Shang Luan swept his gaze across the 3 ancient cities. There were less than 10 people who had reached the Samsara realm. Shang Luan was much more at ease. He smiled and said, Your ancient cities are really full of talents. Not bad, but my Light Divine City is still slightly better. This sentence was full of sarcasm. The young disciples behind him began to mock him. What are you laughing at? On the side of the giant miracle god city, there were already people who couldn't bear it anymore. They had always been superior people, but today, they were actually looked down upon by others. How could they swallow this insult? Shut up. Pang Zhong stopped them and said, We're all comrades from the south. The battlefield of the gods will open in 10 days. Let's not waste any more time. Let's get going first. After saying that, the 3 of them led their group forward, no longer bothering with the Radiance Divine City. This group of fellows had too much of a sense of superiority. Being together with them was simply too stifling. The smile on Shang Luan's face gradually disappeared. He waved his hand to signal the disciples of the Light Divine City, who were still laughing complacently, to move forward. They were handsome and had long silver-white hair that draped over their shoulders. They looked like gods and were extremely holy. In the ancient divine desolate land, they were still untainted by a speck of dust. The 4 large teams began to move forward. However, at that moment something happened. Shang Luan began to feel puzzled. In the end, he fixed his gaze on Long Chen. Wait! His sudden voice caught everyone's attention. Su Xilan saw him staring at Long Chen, so she strode over and stood in front of Long Chen. She said, Your Excellency, what is your intention? Long Chen was also baffled. Could it be that he had seen through him? At this time, Shang Luan suddenly became very excited. He stared at Long Chen and asked, Is there a beautiful woman hidden in your divine kingdom? Lingxi. Long Chen's heart trembled, but on the surface, he wasn't frightened by the other party. Could the other party sense Lingxi's presence? In fact, after reaching the reincarnation realm, some mystical changes were initiated. It wasn't a problem to vaguely see through someone else's divine kingdom. For example, the powerful Star Soul Supervisor could sense Mo Xiaolong's aura. People like Su Xilan could only sense the faint aura of a beast in Long Chen's divine kingdom, as well as Lingxi's powerful strength. As for Xueqi, she was too weak, so it wasn't easy for her to sense it. Why did the Star Soul Supervisor know that Mo Xiaolang was a demon beast at a glance? That was because Mo Xiaolang came from the dragon sacrificial continent. The demon race had a large number of descendants in the dragon sacrificial continent, and desolate beasts were very rare there. That was why he knew that Mo Xiaolang was from the demon race. However, in the eternal life god domain, most people would subconsciously think that Mo Xiaolang was a desolate beast. Very few people would associate it with the demon race. After all, the demon race was a mortal enemy. At this time, Shang Luan actually ignored Mo Xiaolong's desolate beast aura and paid attention to the equally powerful Lingxi. What was his motive? Long Chen flatly refused. No. Shang Luan didn't believe it. He said, "Little boy, don't try to hide it. You can't escape my eyes." He actually began to become serious, even excited. Su Xilan couldn't stand it anymore. Long Chen's status was very special. What did the other party mean by interrogating him for no reason? He really didn't put the war god ancient city in his eyes. So she said, "Who's in his divine kingdom is none of your business." "Your Excellency Shang Luan, aren't you going too far? I admit that Light Divine City is powerful, but we're also not to be trifled with." At this juncture, Pang Zhong and Bing Qingxue stood on the same side as Su Xilan. If the two teams really fought, with the combined battle strength of the three of them, defeating Shang Luan wouldn't be a problem. The atmosphere between the two sides unexpectedly became fiery. Shang Luan lowered his head and pondered for a moment, his face still full of excitement. "Can I take a look at that woman?" "Your Excellencies, the woman in his divine kingdom is very likely to be the purest light goddess in the world. The light goddess has not appeared for hundreds of thousands of years. If you know the history of our light divine city, you will know the importance of the light goddess to us. She can increase the concentration of divine blood in our descendants by 5%, which is an astonishing transformation." Light goddess. After this word was spoken, everyone in the team was stirred. The descendants of the three great ancient cities might not know, but the elders absolutely knew. Everyone in the light divine city knew the significance of the light goddess. That was the purest bloodline and body in the world, and the most favored group of people of the light god. Although they were not the descendants of the light god, they were better than descendants. Moreover, they could bring great benefits to the light divine city. It could be said that the light divine city had always been working hard to find the light goddess. It was no wonder that the usually carefree Shang Luan would be so excited at this moment. The other people of the light divine city were also looking at Long Chen with fervent eyes. "Young man, let me take a look at her. If she is the light goddess, I am willing to give you endless benefits." Shang Luan could see that Long Chen was clearly not a member of the Su family. This matter was something that Long Chen and the others had not expected. Lingxi indeed possessed the purest and most sacred power, but the so-called light goddess physique was most likely related to her goddess Su's blood. But no matter what, how could Long Chen hand over Lingxi to these tigers and wolves? He did not expect that before the first wave had settled, another wave would rise, and such a big trouble would come. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he refused. "She is my beloved wife. Regardless of whether she is that bullshit goddess of light or not, none of you are qualified to see her because I am not willing. I believe that your Excellency will not start a war with our three divine cities just because of this." At this juncture, Long Chen had cleverly tied himself to the three great divine cities. After these words were spoken, the people of the light divine city were enraged. The light goddess was the symbol of holiness and inviolability. Unexpectedly, she had a husband and was even defiled. This was simply blasphemy against their goddess. A group of people's eyes started to turn bloodshot as they started to make a ruckus. "Lowly bloodline, how dare you blaspheme the light goddess? You deserve to die 10,000 times over. That's right, you should be thrown into a pot of boiling oil and burned to death with true fire, burning away all your sins." Seeing that the other party was about to pounce on him, Shangluan stopped them and said sincerely, "Young hero, we just want to see her and confirm a little. If she is not the light goddess, we are willing to give you a 50 Dao pattern Dao tool as compensation. If she is, we will give you endless benefits. Everything can be discussed. If you have any requests, feel free to tell me." Long Chen was thinking if he could use Shangluan to escape from Su Zhen's control. The people of the Light Divine City were like tigers and wolves. If he fell into their hands, he would definitely be in a worse state and might even endanger Lingxi. Thinking of this, Long Chen flatly refused. "Absolutely not. If you don't want to go with us, then please go first. We won't send you off." No matter what kind of temptation it was, in Long Chen's heart, it couldn't compare to Lingxi even a little bit. Shangluan's patience had reached its limit. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and made one last effort. He said, "If she becomes the light goddess, there will only be endless benefits. We will absolutely not mistreat her. She will be one of the most honorable people in my Light Divine City." At this time, Su Xilan smiled and said, "The most honorable person is regarded by you as a reproductive machine. You can have any man you want. This is called the most honorable person. Shangluan, don't joke around. He is the adopted son of my third brother, Su Zhen. Don't even think about touching him." After being exposed by Su Xilan and seeing how tough Long Chen was, Shangluan shut his mouth. "There is no room for negotiation," he said in a cold voice. Long Chen answered on behalf of Su Xilan. He said, "Unless your Light Divine City wants to start a war with us here." This sentence made the people of the Light Divine City curse even more. Their words affected the other divine cities, and also made the disciples of the 3 divine cities very angry. In the martial god ancient city, although the majority of the people were unhappy with Long Chen, the arrogant attitude of the Light Divine City's disciples was provoking them. For a moment, both sides cursed each other, and it was about to evolve into a chaotic battle. "Stop!" Shangluan shouted. Everyone quieted down. His gaze was ice-cold as he said, "Fine, since we're here to pay our respects to our ancestors, we'll keep this matter in mind. After paying our respects to our ancestors, my Light Divine City will come to the Martial God City again to discuss the matter regarding the Light Goddess." Long Chen was not afraid. He was afraid that at that time, he would not be in the Martial God Ancient City anymore. He could only say that he was really unlucky to have such an undefeatable enemy appear out of nowhere. However, Lingxi was his treasure, and he couldn't blame her for encountering such a thing. It was all a matter of fate, and the only thing Long Chen could do was to try his best to avoid a tragedy from happening. He secretly clenched his fists. Chapter 1793. The people of the War God Ancient City also had the pride of the descendants of the gods. Therefore, when the Light Divine City said such threatening words, they were filled with righteous indignation and did not blame Long Chen for provoking such a powerful enemy for the War God Ancient City. Although the Light Divine City would not force Long Chen for the time being, they acted as monitors and planned to travel together with the other 3 divine cities, constantly paying attention to Long Chen's movements. The appearance of Lingxi had become another major event for the Light Divine City during this trip, in addition to paying respects to their ancestors. There were close to 200 people in the group. Amidst the strong winds and the wild beasts, they headed in the direction of the deity ocean. Perhaps it was because they were all descendants of a deity. Their auras were so strong that ordinary wild beasts did not dare to get close to them. Along the way, in addition to the threat of the storms, the most terrifying thing was the elemental spirit arrays. The entire ancient land of divine wilderness was full of such elemental spirit arrays, and sometimes even many elemental spirit arrays came together, completely disrupting the team. But Su Xilan kept a close eye on Long Chen, worried that the people of the Light Divine City would secretly attack him. After all, this was something that the people of the Light Divine City often did. The team was silent as everyone hurried on their way. Occasionally, there would be some conflicts between the young disciples, but they were quickly stopped by the elders. It was just that the resentment in their hearts and the tense atmosphere was getting more and more intense. Hesitating over the matter of Long Chen made them even more displeased with the other party. Even the people of the Light Divine City were prepared to snatch it. Along the way, they also slaughtered many wild beasts. For the time being, there were no reincarnation tribulation realm wild beasts, but there were many nirvana tribulation realm existences. The new generation of experts took advantage of this opportunity to hone themselves. After all, there were too many monks and not enough meat. Once a wild beast appeared, it would be very quickly snatched and torn apart. Perhaps for the wild beasts, they were even more terrifying. It was actually quite rare for the 4 teams to join forces. It would take several days to reach the Divine Sea from the ancient land of Divine Wilderness. After a day of fighting, everyone was a little tired. In particular, there were several elemental spirit arrays that made everyone flee in panic, afraid that they would be drawn into the elemental spirit arrays and turned into ashes. We can arrange for them to rest for a while before continuing. Pang Zhong, Su Xilan, and Bingqing Xue gathered together to discuss. They found a relatively quiet valley and used their Dao artifacts to prop it up, blocking the sandstorms outside. At the same time, they concealed their positions to prevent the desolate beasts from finding them. As for the elemental spirit array, it was almost impossible to avoid. Therefore, during the break time, there were also people standing guard outside. Once an elemental spirit array appeared, someone would notify them. Above their heads was a transparent membrane of light, but it was soon covered by the sandstorm. It was as if everyone had appeared inside an egg. The group was split into 2 groups. The people from the Radiant's Divine City disdained to mingle with the rest of the group. They were narcissistic, while their own group was laughing and joking around. The people from the 3 divine cities weren't particularly familiar with each other, and were currently recuperating. Long Chen sat on a boulder amidst the crowd as he observed his surroundings. As expected, the majority of the people from the Radiant's Divine City had their gazes on him. There was a strong sense of crisis in their eyes. Evidently, they resented Long Chen, but at the same time despised him. To them, it was a waste that a person like Long Chen could obtain the favor of the Radiance Goddess. The Radiance Goddess was a gift from their ancestors. When she appeared, the Radiance Divine City had to pay any price to bring this Radiance Goddess back to the Radiance Divine City. At this time, a disciple of the Radiance Divine City walked towards Long Chen's side. This person had a fair complexion, short silver-white hair, and a pair of cold and sharp eyes, like a silver eagle. He was dressed in capable clothes, and there wasn't a speck of dust on his body. A radiant aura revolved around his body. He walked straight in front of Long Chen. Because of the sensitive nature of Long Chen's identity, everyone was watching this scene. The majority of the people from the Martial God City also stood up. They weren't protecting Long Chen, but the Martial God City's face and glory couldn't be thrown away so easily. The youth from the Radiance Divine City pointed at Long Chen's nose. It's rumored that the Martial God body is invincible in close combat. Your physique is sturdy and extraordinary. I wonder if you dare to exchange pointers with my Radiance Divine City? Let's see how strong your Martial God's bloodline is. This was an undisguised provocation. To every god's bloodline, the nobility of their bloodline was the most important thing. The other party wasn't challenging Long Chen, but the Martial God City's bloodline. Impudent. Do you think that your Radiance Divine City's bloodline is powerful? Fight me if you have the guts. Although Su Tianzhou didn't like Long Chen, he couldn't bear to listen to the other party's words. Who would have thought that the young martial artist would let out a hollow laugh? You want to bully a late-stage Nirvana tribulation expert like me? Don't worry, after I defeat him, I have a lot of brothers and sisters who can serve you well. You're all resting, why don't you have some entertainment? Boy, do you dare or not? Do you people from the Martial God City have the guts? This kind of provocation really didn't have much weight. Long Chen waved his hand. Who said I'm from the Martial God City? Who said I have the bloodline of the Su clan's martial god? If you want to prove that the Radiance Divine City's god bloodline is stronger, you don't have to look for me. But if you want to test me, to obtain my women in my divine kingdom, then I won't refuse this battle. His eyes gradually turned cold. The people from the Radiance Divine City looked at each other. They didn't expect Long Chen to be so unyielding. This was a provocation permitted by the Saint Luan family. It was to bring endless trouble to Long Chen and force him to voluntarily hand over Lingxi. In any case, there were many disciples who died during the battle every time they offered sacrifices to the Saint Luan family. Exchanging pointers was an old rule of the 72 ancient cities. Then let's treat it as the latter. The young man said confidently. Is that so? Long Chen moved. The other party was startled and quickly prepared for battle. Long Chen didn't want the other party to think that he had launched a sneak attack. He took out the god-slaying sword openly and pointed it at the people from the Radiance Divine City. He said in a domineering manner, "Look carefully. This arrogance baffled the people from the Radiant's divine city. Where did this young man get his arrogance from? Go quickly. Someone urged from the back. The young man was enraged. His aura erupted and the power of light was released. But at the instant he made his move, Long Chen moved at an unbelievable speed. He activated the god-slaying art and a grey sword light flashed past. Just as the other party was about to dodge, Long Chen used the eternal instant, immobilizing the other party. Rip. As soon as the battle started, an arm was sent flying, splattering blood all over the sky. With a casual kick, Long Chen sent the other party flying. All of this happened in an instant. Long Chen's movements were too fast, ruthless and accurate. Coupled with the eternal instant, he could even kill the other party in an instant. Needless to say, he only chopped off one of the other party's arms. Such a martial artist was no longer a match for him. Oh my God! The surrounding people were shocked for the first time as they looked at this young martial artist. Although his nirvana force wasn't outstanding, he was like a god of death who had been through hundreds of battles. With one move, they could tell that he definitely had the richest killing experience. Although his strength wasn't considered outstanding here, he was able to far surpass their own cultivation base. Such a person was definitely someone with outstanding talent. The people sent by the Radiant's divine city were defeated in a single move. Their faces were extremely ugly, while the people from the 3 divine cities were cheering. The other party was so arrogant earlier, but now they were slapped in the face. Arrogant my ass. So you're just a good-for-nothing. Such a good-for-nothing dares to come out and make a fool of yourself. I can kill you in a single move. Their taunts were getting more and more explosive. Long Chen's opponent fell to the ground along with his arm. His face was pale as he struggled to get up. When he heard those mocking words, his expression turned incomparably cold. His eyes were bloodshot and he was about to go crazy. The people from the Radiant's divine city felt greatly embarrassed and no one went to help him up. Even if this guy lost an arm, he still didn't realize that he was far from being a match for Long Chen. He roared as he stood up. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly discovered that there was a strange shadow under his feet. Clearly, this wasn't his shadow. What's that? He hurriedly turned his head. The commotion on the other side also attracted Long Chen's attention. He originally wanted to break another of his opponent's arms, but he did not expect that at this moment, there would be a strange fluctuation in the space. Then, his eyes flashed, and a strange beast appeared behind his opponent just like that. It was a humanoid monster with a total of 12 heads. All sorts of heads grew out from his ribs, arms and shoulders, covering his entire upper body. These were the heads of various wild beasts. There were rats, cows, tigers, rabbits and so on. There was even a dragon head. There was a total of 12 heads, and the eyes of each head were lifeless whirlpools. It was extremely strange, and there wasn't the slightest bit of spirit in them. This strange beast had appeared behind the Radiant's divine city's disciple without any warning. Damn it, Nian. The St. Luan Empire didn't discover this beast early, but they were the first to act. A white ray of light instantly pierced towards the strange Nian beast. But before this, the Nian beast had already acted. All 24 of its eyes shone with a strange whirlpool as the space around it trembled. After which, the space started to warp and distort, and with a whoosh, that Radiant's divine city's disciple actually vanished into thin air. Stellar transposition. Everyone was greatly shocked. Under the might of the stellar transposition, who would know where that disciple had gone to? In the ancient divine desolate grounds, it was a fate of certain death if one left the group. The Nian beast wasn't powerful. The moment the St. Luan Empire acted, flowers of blood blossomed from its body as its 12 heads exploded. The Nian beast collapsed onto the ground, no longer breathing. Sheng Dong. Everyone rushed out, but there was no sound at all. Evidently, under the might of the stellar transposition, that brat had taken it away. Star Talisman. Every disciple of the Sun-Moon Zone clan was precious. Chapter 1794. Just as everyone was panicking, a figure appeared on the Star Talisman. It was a panic-stricken face. He was so anxious that he even shed tears. He cried, "Sixth uncle, big brother, big sister, quickly come and save me, quickly save me." A man beside Shang Luan said anxiously, "Don't panic. Do you know where you are? Is there a particularly obvious place nearby?" The other cried, "There's nothing. There are only corpses and strange sounds. I don't know what they are. Ah, there seems to be something moving underground. Ah, it's blood-colored ants. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice on the other side turned into a miserable howl. The miserable howl made everyone's scalp go numb. Soon, the connection between the star talismans was completely severed. Everyone's faces turned ashen. Shangluan said helplessly, "He's finished. That's a blood soul ant, one of the most terrifying poisonous insects in the ancient land of divine wilderness. It will devour his body and soul in a very short period of time. He's already dead." Hearing this news, several people's eyes turned bloodshot. For no reason, he had died just like that. Because of this unforeseen event, the atmosphere on both sides became tense again. Su's island sensed this change. She, Pang Zhong, and Bing Qingxue worked closely together. Su Zixue said, "Everyone from Radiant's Divine City, we are also very surprised that a disciple has died. We can only apologize to you. However, you are the ones who provoked us. The appearance of Nian is also something we cannot control. We hope that Radiant's Divine City and our 3 divine cities can move forward together without any ill feelings." Before the other party could make things difficult for them, she had already made her decision. In the Radiant's Divine City, a young Samsara realm warrior sneered, "You really know how to talk. If it wasn't for him, my brother wouldn't have died. Do you want to escape responsibility with just one sentence? How can there be such a good thing in this world?" Su Xilan wasn't afraid of a mere kid. She said, "Everyone knows who is right and who is wrong. Radiant's Divine City doesn't have the right to speak. Lord Shangluan, Nian has the ability to move the stars. We can't control it. We didn't mean for this to happen. Please forgive us." Anyone with a bit of brain knew that if Radiant's Divine City didn't want to start a war, they couldn't use this kind of thing to talk. Even Long Chen was surprised. Nian beasts could appear and disappear unpredictably. Was it something that he could control? However, he would rather than Nian move his star away. That way, he would almost be able to escape from Su Xilan's control. Now, it seemed that Su Xilan was the one keeping an eye on him. Nian is actually so strange. There's still a long way to go. It'd be great if I could encounter another Nian. While others were deciding whether to convict Long Chen, he was thinking about this question. Saint Luan was also in a difficult position, but for the goddess of light, he decided to endure it. After all, this matter was not enough to be a fuse. If it were to be blown out of proportion, it would not be good for either of them. It would be even more difficult to get the goddess of light in the future, so he could only admit defeat. Even though the people of the Radiant's Divine City were indignant, they could only admit that they were unlucky. However, after this incident, it could be said that the two of them had completely become enemies. When they walked together, they would look at each other coldly. The new generation of disciples could not wait to start fighting. If not for the existence of Long Chen, the people of the Radiant's Divine City would have left long ago. Long Chen reckoned that Saint Luan was still pondering how to get Lingxi. "Chen, I've caused trouble for you again," Lingxi said apologetically. "It might not be trouble, but it could be an opportunity to escape. As long as I control it well," Long Chen said after calming down. In the end, this was a gamble. Whether he could win or not, it depended on whether he had the courage to make a move, and whether he was fast and accurate. Freedom was just one step away from him. They continued their journey. The rest of the journey was relatively smooth. They followed a fixed and safe route and rarely encountered powerful wild beasts. According to their current progress, they would need about 6 days to cross the ancient divine wilderness and reach the deity sea. After that, they would cross the deity sea and reach the battlefield of the gods. Compared to the other disciples' desire for the divine spiritual reign, what Long Chen wanted was freedom. If he had not met Su Yu Yao, he would not have been brought to the martial god ancient city. Sometimes, one's life was unpredictable. The changes were too great. 2 days later, everyone was a little tired. They were busy dealing with all kinds of attacks and no longer had the time to fight openly or covertly. Sixth uncle, it's Shang Dong's corpse. Suddenly, someone let out a heart-wrenching roar. The people of the Radiant's Divine City hurriedly gathered around. One of them was standing on a white corpse. Its arm had already been chopped off by Long Chen and had yet to grow back. There are no blood soul ants nearby. Everyone checked. Looking at the corpse, the people of the Radiance Divine City were stirred up again, their hearts burning with anger. Xueqi could only be on guard. The group continued forward. There was a huge commotion in front of them. On the distant horizon, there seemed to be a huge mountain moving towards them. The ground rumbled and shook. It was a gigantic beast that was 1,000 meters long and wide. It was a gigantic divine turtle that looked like a mountain. Its 4 limbs had sharp claws, and there was a golden horn that was more than 10 meters long on its head. It was sharp and domineering, and its shell was like a mountain. At the same time, it was covered with thorns. It's actually a precious ancient Buddha turtle, someone said in surprise. They weren't afraid. The ancient Buddha turtle in front of them had already passed the 8th level of nirvana tribulation. To them, it was extremely weak, far inferior to the wild beasts they had encountered. However, the ancient Buddha turtle was very valuable. The horn on its head had the ability to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. It contained a large amount of nirvana energy, and was even more effective than immortal essences. It could allow a cultivator's nirvana energy to rapidly transform. Anything that could directly make one stronger, no matter what it was very popular. Therefore, when the ancient Buddha turtle appeared, everyone's eyes lit up. The descendants of the gods were restless, wanting to fight for the ancient Buddha turtle to show that they weren't weaker than others. It was normal for the descendants of the gods to be competitive. Their faces were filled with a majestic fighting spirit. There were too many people who wanted to fight for the ancient Buddha turtle. Seeing that almost all the warriors were about to pounce on it, Xueqi stopped them and said to Xueqi and the others, "There are too many people who want to get the ancient Buddha turtle's golden horn. How about we make a small bet?" Pangjong said, "How do you want to bet?" The sons of the mighty miracle god were originally violent experts. They hadn't fought for a long time, so they were itching to fight. They were already looking forward to competing. Otherwise, they would always feel suffocated. Xueqi said, "Let all the warriors below the 9th level of nirvana tribulation compete. Whoever gets it first gets it. No killing is allowed. Otherwise you will be punished. After all, the golden horn is useless to those above the 9th level of nirvana tribulation. Let the younger kids fight for it." Pangjong knew that the opponent's target was Long Chen. He let Xueqi decide. The disciples of the battle god ancient city were also eager to fight for the ancient Buddha turtle. They were like restless little beasts. The competition between the disciples of the major ancient cities had become a necessary program after the opening of the battlefield of the gods. Xueqi couldn't stop this trend, as long as Long Chen didn't participate. She said, "It's absolutely forbidden to kill. Whoever kills will be punished by the family law, and it's the family law of the killed. Apart from that you can compete freely." Hearing this, everyone cheered. They could finally fight with the opponent. They had been hating each other for 2 days. They couldn't bear it any longer. At this time, the ancient Buddha turtle approached. Xueqi glanced at Long Chen. She knew that Long Chen was a quiet person. Xueqi was obviously targeting him. If he was smart, he wouldn't fight for the golden horn, even if it was very suitable for him. Sure enough, Long Chen's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. No one could tell that he would compete. After calming down, they announced the start of the competition. All the warriors below the 9th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, excluding the 9th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, launched a frenzied attack and rushed towards the ancient Buddha tortoise. Their opponents weren't the ancient Buddha tortoise, but the young experts from other divine descendants' ancient cities. A battle that had been brewing for a long time was about to erupt. Of course, no one dared to kill. At most, they would knock the opponent to the ground before continuing their charge. For a moment, the ancient Buddha turtle found itself surrounded by countless little fellows. Just as it was about to erupt in anger, these little fellows released a terrifying force. Each of them attacked, riddling the ancient Buddha turtle with thousands of holes. It didn't even have the chance to struggle before it died. Its huge body fell to the ground, turning into a mountain. "The golden horn is mine. It's mine." Many peak 8th level Nirvana Tribulation experts rushed to the forefront and began to slaughter. They absolutely wouldn't let a single person get the golden horn. Among them, most of the battles took place between the other 3 ancient cities and the Radiance Divine City. The 3 ancient cities would rather let their own people get the golden horn than give it to the Radiance Divine City. After all, the Radiance Divine City was too arrogant. But in reality, the Radiance Divine City was indeed stronger. Even among the same level of experts, the power of light could suppress the other three types of experts. A dragon martial artist didn't have many opponents. He directly rushed to the top of the ancient Buddha turtle's head. He was a dragon martial artist of the light attribute, so he was extremely powerful. In a chaotic battle, no one could match him. On the Radiance Divine City's side, everyone cheered. If they could win, the golden horn wouldn't be a big deal. Glory was the most important thing. Previously, Long Chen had caused the death of a person and humiliated them. This time, they had finally gotten their revenge. For the rest of the journey, the people of the Radiance Divine City could hold their heads high. Chapter 1795. Su Xilan had guessed wrongly. Long Chen had really made his move. She had thought that Long Chen would be worried about the Radiance Divine City's conspiracy, but Long Chen was more than happy to have more troubles. If the Radiance Divine City and the three ancient cities were to engage in a chaotic battle, it would be much easier for him to escape from their control. The others had to go through a fierce battle to reach the ancient Buddha tortoise's body. Only Long Chen was unobstructed. He directly rushed to the top of the ancient Buddha tortoise's head, blocking the path of the Radiance Divine City's opponents. Long Chen's identity was special, and he was of great importance to the Radiance Divine City. The moment they saw him make his move, the people of the Radiance Divine City immediately swarmed over. Catch him! Don't let him escape! For a moment, they abandoned their opponents, intending to make a great contribution. If they could accomplish this, the benefits they would obtain would definitely be much greater than obtaining the golden horn of the ancient Buddha tortoise. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barge in. The dragon martial artist from the Radiance Divine City was close at hand. The two were about the same distance from the golden horn, while the others were much further away. They wouldn't be able to catch up in a short time. Buzz! The dragon martial artist from the Radiance Divine City abandoned the golden horn and charged towards Long Chen without saying a word. The reason he could reach this point was because a large number of his companions had opened the way for him. At the same time, it also proved that he was the most likely person to obtain the golden horn. Roar! The white divine dragon bloodline was boiling in his body. The power of a dragon warrior and the power of a god spirit descendant made it hard for him to find an opponent at the same level as him. Facing Long Chen, whose nirvana power was far inferior to his, but who had displayed powerful combat strength, he displayed a sufficiently powerful technique. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the people of the Radiance Divine City were filled with anticipation. All of this happened in an instant. Long Chen coldly looked at him. His body suddenly turned into a blood-colored phantom, dashing forward at an even more terrifying speed. Two blood-colored sword lights shot out from his side, creating layers upon layers of sword shadows. Wherever they passed, a large amount of flesh and blood splattered from the ancient Buddha turtle's corpse as he pounced towards his opponent. His attacks came wave after wave. Wherever his two swords went, his opponent would suffer a powerful sneak attack. In just a few moves, Long Chen had used all sorts of methods and used both swords to leave two deep sword marks on his opponent's chest. Puhi! Everyone could see the clear sound and the bloody light that shot out. Although he is a high-level divine dragon, how can he be a match for the might of my ancestral dragon? Long Chen thought to himself as he easily defeated his enemy with a few moves. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he used the god-slaying sword to cut off the golden horn of the Buddha ancient turtle from its corpse. Everyone stopped in their tracks in a daze as they watched Long Chen collect the golden horn. The people of the Radiance Divine City felt greatly humiliated, while the people of the three great ancient cities roared with laughter. They were a group of heaven's prides who stood at the pinnacle of this world. Each of them was more arrogant than the other. Who wouldn't want to suddenly lower their head to someone else? Now that they had a rare opportunity to fight back, who wouldn't want to? At the very least, the people of the three great divine cities had a much better impression of Long Chen. Long Chen had defeated the people of the Radiance Divine City twice in a row, making them proud. He stood on the head of the ancient Buddha turtle, looking down disdainfully. All the competitors present felt a sense of helplessness. Even Shang Luan and the others hadn't expected Long Chen's combat strength to be so strong. It simply didn't make sense. Perhaps his divine dragon bloodline is very high. He's a super divine dragon. Every ancient city had a few super divine dragons. Once these super divine dragons broke through to the Samsara realm, they could be absorbed into the 5 great dragon cities. Of course, the super divine dragons could also choose to stay in their mother cities, but they would lose the opportunity to improve greatly. Shang Luan had wanted to take advantage of the chaos to get someone to snatch Lingxi away, but no one below the 9th level of the Nirvana realm, including the divine winged sky dragon, was a match for Long Chen. Of course, it could also be due to carelessness. Just at this moment, something happened. The defeated spirit-winged sky dragon refused to admit defeat. By the time he got up from the ground, Long Chen had already obtained the golden horn. Logically speaking, it should have been over by now, but the spirit-winged sky dragon felt humiliated, especially when he saw the defeated looks in his companion's eyes. His heart was filled with anger, and he suddenly roared. A gigantic snow-white divine dragon suddenly soared into the sky. It had exquisite dragon scales and horns, and its entire body was snow-white. It was much more beautiful than an ordinary divine dragon. Its entire body emitted a pure and holy aura, and a dazzling snow-white halo revolved around it. The most unique thing was that there were actually 9 pairs of snow-white wings on its 2 ribs. The wings were covered with golden runes, and there were a total of 9 pairs of wings. 18 wings gently flapped, and a vast power surged forth. "Lowly fellow, why aren't you kneeling before me, the divine winged sky dragon?" The 9 pairs of snow-white wings flapped, and a gale surged. The divine winged sky dragon was as dazzling as the sun, shooting out rays of light that shut the mouths of those with lower cultivation. Rip! In its rage, it didn't stop. With its powerful body, it tried to kill Long Chen. In fact, such a dragon martial artist's combat strength was almost the same as a 9th-level Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artist. To deal with Long Chen like this, it was purely bullying him by relying on its level advantage. The people of the Light Divine City had clearly broken the rules, but Saint Luan pretended not to see it, turning a blind eye to it. The other 3 ancient cities were filled with righteous indignation. The commanders were about to intervene, but Su Xilan stopped them and motioned for everyone to watch quietly. "Sister Xilan, they have broken the rules. If we don't take action, that boy of yours will probably be played to death." Pang Zhong asked doubtfully. Su Xilan shook her head but didn't speak. To tell the truth, this guy was indeed difficult to deal with. He was a descendant of a god and a dragon martial artist, similar to Su Mu Chen. The runes on his 18 wings came from ancient times. Every time they flapped, there would be an extremely dazzling light. Even the light was destructive. Long Chen was extremely calm. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. As he charged forward, his body quickly transformed into a divine dragon shrouded in blood mist. The Battle of the 2 Dragons. The crowd couldn't help but cheer. Such a battle between giant beasts was really interesting. In terms of physique, Long Chen was far inferior to his opponent. In the eyes of his opponent, he was even small, but in terms of physical strength, he was unparalleled. Rip! In a short period of time, the 2 dragons wrestled together. Under Long Chen's incomparably sharp dragon tail, dragon claws and dragon teeth, no matter how powerful the holy winged sky dragon was, it was howling miserably again and again, flesh and blood flying. "What kind of dragon are you?" The holy winged sky dragon failed to show off its strength and fled in panic. "I'm your ancestor," Long Chen said half-jokingly. He forcefully wrapped his opponent with his body, and after a series of strangulation, he tore off 3 of his opponent's 18 wings. The bloody scene was extremely frightening, and the holy winged sky dragon had screamed more than once. In extreme despair, glory and mission urged him to go crazy. If he was defeated again, it would be difficult for him to raise his head in front of others in the future. Sky Sacred Fire. Annihilation Aurora. Buzz! The body of the holy winged sky dragon, which was being strangled by Long Chen, suddenly burst into snow-white flames. The temperature was extremely high, and the ancient Buddha tortoise below them was quickly burned to ashes. Long Chen naturally felt the astonishing power released from his opponent's body. But this was only the beginning. When the white flames engulfed Long Chen and the holy winged sky dragon, the holy winged sky dragon's body emitted a destructive radiance. The radiance had a destructive power, and when it touched Long Chen's body, even with his current dragon scales, it rapidly rotted. The opponent's holy power was similar to Lingxi's, and it caused a certain amount of damage to the body of the slaughter dragon. Bing Qingxue subconsciously said, "If this goes on, that young man from your Su family will probably be burned to ashes." Su Xilan also frowned. This time, Long Chen was defeated so quickly. Engulfed by the flames, he was already silent. Something's not right. At this moment, within the countless white flames and white radiance, a rich blood-red color suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, the white radiance was completely engulfed. The blood-red radiance burned fiercely, followed by the opponent's panicked screams. Under the terrifying power of the spirit-refining flame, he seemed to be suffering the most terrifying torture in the world. "I'll send you down." Long Chen suddenly swung with an even more powerful force. Under his attack, the incomparably long holy winged sky dragon crashed into the ground with a loud rumble. The disciples of the Radiance Divine City hurriedly fled, trying to avoid the attack. Rumble. The 18-winged sky dragon created a deep ravine on the ground. In an instant, the ravine was dyed with blood, which converged into a river of blood. It could only be described as a ghastly sight. In extreme panic, the holy winged sky dragon reverted to its human form, twitching on the ground. This was his second defeat. And this time, the situation was similar to the last time. Long Chen could completely suppress him. The spiritual refinement flame had also burned a portion of his nirvana force. Facing the double calamity of being severely injured and having his strength reduced, he was on the verge of breaking down. The rest of the people from the Radiance Divine City exchanged glances with each other as their eyes were filled with defeat. Only when facing Long Chen did it transform into greed and anger. "You're too heavy-handed." Many young martial artists of the Radiance Divine City rushed forward to check the body of the holy winged sky dragon. One after another, they let out unreconciled roars. Among them, there were many genuine ninth-stage nirvana tribulation experts. Long Chen reverted to his human form and floated down. The matter was not resolved. When the disciples saw the serious injuries of the divine winged sky dragon, they were even more indignant and angry. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot as they blocked Long Chen's way back. Their hearts were restless. "What do you want?" Long Chen coldly swept his eyes around. Chapter 1796. The conflict this time was not as easily resolved as the last time. The hot-headed people of the Light Divine City, after being repeatedly defeated, could no longer restrain themselves. When the first person made a move, it immediately evolved into a huge chaotic battle. It could be said that apart from the commanders, the others were soon completely involved. As for the commanders, they were still watching coldly. Su Xilan could feel that no matter what the disciples of the Light Divine City did, Saint Luan had tacitly agreed to it. Faced with the temptation of the Light Goddess, he could no longer wait until the matter of the battlefield of gods was over. Such a large-scale chaotic battle was quite rare even in history. Of course, Long Chen was the primary target of the people of the Light Divine City. It's finally chaotic. Long Chen had obtained the result he wanted. It seemed somewhat illusory to rely on the Nian beasts at this time. Long Chen did not know how many Nian beasts there were here. Therefore, he could only take advantage of this opportunity to let them fight and create extreme chaos. He was well aware of the character of the descendants of the gods. They could not stand humiliation, and once someone provoked their pride, they would retaliate regardless of the consequences. It was the same for Su Yuyao back then. Therefore, he had successfully instigated this chaotic battle. Soon, even the young disciples of the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm joined the battle. They were like huge fighting machines, flesh and blood splattering everywhere they went. In this chaotic battle, under this kind of bloodshot killing, it did not take long for them to completely forget the so-called family rules. When they could kill, they would never hold back. Whoosh! The intensity of the chaotic battle soon exceeded the imagination of the commanders. It was not easy for them to find a single person in such a chaotic scene. This was the result that Long Chen wanted. Of course, if the commanders could also join the battle, it would be even better. That would be an opportunity for him to escape from the control of the ancient city of martial god. At least 7 or 8 ninth-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts and above rushed towards Long Chen. Long Chen set off a large amount of sand and dust, creating visual confusion. In this chaos, he successfully used the time-roaming dragon and escaped into the long river of time. He did not believe that someone of Su Xilan's level could find him in such a chaotic time. Those who chased after him also quickly disappeared without a trace. In this chaos, Long Chen quickly moved away from Su Xilan and the others. Su Xilan and the others were busy trying to stop the battle. In a short time, Long Chen actually succeeded. To him, This had always been a gamble, and there was no such thing as victory being in his grasp. After all, he was still so young, and the various ancient cities of divine descendants were super forces that had dominated the Dragon God region for millions of years. Boom boom boom. The battle let out a loud roar. As long as I leave the chaotic battlefield, I'll escape secretly. Long Chen had already come up with a plan. In the Divine Kingdom, everyone was equally nervous. Just as the chaotic battle reached its peak and the true casualties began to appear, an accident that Long Chen couldn't predict happened again. A giant shadow appeared out of nowhere, shrouding everyone in it. The people who were in the middle of the chaotic battle were all in a killing frenzy. Who would care about this shadow? Only the commanders who were in a terrible situation noticed it. While Long Chen was escaping, he also felt an incomparably violent spatial fluctuation. That spatial fluctuation appeared in front of him. A huge shadow swept over, drowning Long Chen's vision. When he opened his eyes, a huge object suddenly appeared in front of him through the space. It had a humanoid body, 12 heads, and a blank look in its eyes. Nian. The people who discovered the Nian were all excited. Even Su Xilan and the others were shocked. This was because this Nian was too huge. It was more than 1,000 meters tall. It rushed into the blood-yellow clouds, making it hard for people to see it clearly. The mysterious power of the Nian would increase according to its body size. In other words, this was a super strong Nian. The 4 commanders turned pale with fright and hurried to deal with the Nian. For them, the chaotic battle was only a small trouble, but the Nian was the real trouble. They all had a huge worry in their hearts. At this moment, their worry was proven true. After the sky Nian appeared, the 12 pairs of hollow eyes of the martial god began to spin. The 12 heads let out a strange and pale smile. The next moment, the space shrouded in his shadow trembled violently. Long Chen, who was escaping, suddenly found himself in the middle of the revolving star passage technique. His body was faintly moving. Not only him, even the super experts of St. Luan were not spared at this moment. The Nian was obviously intelligent. Before the super experts could kill it, it had already completed the revolving star passage technique. At this moment, the people who were still in the chaotic battle finally came to their senses. They were shocked to find that they were being controlled. Everyone gather. The commanders were shouting in panic. But because of the chaotic battle, their troops were too chaotic. If they advanced quietly, they might be able to avoid this crisis. The thing that Su Xilan and the others did not want to encounter the most happened. Under the Year Beast's revolving star passage technique, everyone's bodies disappeared at this moment. The most terrifying thing was that the Year Beast's revolving star passage technique did not send everyone to the same place. Instead, it scattered everyone across the entire ancient divine wilderness. The role of the commander was to protect the young disciples from being harmed in the ancient divine desolate land. And when the beasts appeared, everyone was scattered. In the dangerous ancient divine desolate land, it could be said that most people were unable to reach the divine sea by themselves, much less cross the divine sea and reach the battlefield of the gods. It was even difficult to leave the ancient divine desolate land. Su Xilan watched as all the disciples of the ancient martial god city disappeared before her eyes. The power of the revolving star passage technique was acting on her body, causing her body to be pulled. Break. She used the power of samsara to break the shackles, but fell back into the shackles. All the disciples had disappeared. Even the deputy commanders had disappeared. Only the 4 chief commanders were left. At this moment, no matter who they were, they all looked panicked. If something happened to this batch of young disciples, it would cause a break in the inheritance of an ancient city. It would be an unpredictable blow, enough to destroy an ancient city with tens of millions of years of inheritance. Heavens, heavens! Shang Luan knelt to the ground in a daze. The gigantic Nian in front of him let out a strange laugh. The 4 commanders' eyes were bloodshot. They rushed over to kill it, but they saw its body disappear into thin air. Save them. They couldn't kill the Nian beast, so they could only suppress the anger in their hearts and take out dozens of star talismans. At this time, they couldn't care less about their hatred, the radiant goddess, or even Long Chen. Their only goal was to find the disciples that had been transferred away and bring them back. The arrival of the Nian could be said to be a great help to Long Chen. If not for the Nian, he might not have been able to escape. However, he was very curious. If the ancient divine wilderness was filled with such gigantic Nian, Why didn't the various divine descendants investigate it before? Why didn't they guard against it for tens of millions of years? Wasn't letting the young disciples scatter in the dangerous ancient divine wilderness? Wasn't that courting death? With the astonishing spatial power of the Big Dipper transposition, Long Chen appeared in another world in an instant. Thinking of the light divine city disciple that was killed by the blood soul ant, Long Chen was especially careful when he arrived in this new world. He directly entered the river of time, and then looked around. He discovered that he was in a rare quiet mountain stream. There were emerald green trees around him, and it looked very peaceful. Be it poisonous insects, desolate beasts, or corpses, there were very few of them here. Even the smell of blood in the air was much fainter. This was evidently still the ancient divine wilderness. But at least he had escaped the control of the Su family. Long Chen looked around for a long time. There was indeed no danger nearby. This was a rare pure land in the ancient divine wilderness. He said, Su's island is busy looking for the disciples of the Su family. Her children are also among them. It is not easy to find so many people in the ancient divine wilderness. This way, I have enough time to leave the ancient divine wilderness. In the divine kingdom, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's all thanks to that year beast. Otherwise, I don't know if I could escape. Lingxi thought of what happened before. It was really hair-raising. Soyan stuck out her tongue and said, Everything is fine now. It's good that I'm safe. I can finally play in peace. Mo Xiaolang said, Not necessarily. It's better to leave the ancient divine wilderness first. The further the better. Long Chen naturally did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. It was just that he did not know his current location. It was also a difficult thing to leave the ancient divine wilderness. Suddenly, the star talisman trembled. Su Xilan is really anxious to contact me. Long Chen took out the star talisman and pierced it with his sword. After throwing the star talisman away, Long Chen suddenly saw the golden horn of the ancient Buddha tortoise. It contained rich nirvana power, and could even be used directly. As time passed, the power of the golden horn was also dissipating. The situation outside was chaotic. Everything was unknown. After leaving, he might face many disasters. I'll first absorb the horn marrow's power in the golden horn. This is a rare treasure. At the critical moment, I have to increase my bargaining chips. The horn marrow was not comparable to immortal essences. It was pure nirvana power, so it was very fast to absorb. Long Chen spent less than an hour in this quiet area, and completed the transformation from the early stage to the late stage of the fourth stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. His combat strength increased by another level. Chapter 1797. After that, it was time to find a way to leave. Long Chen looked up at the sky, but the sky was filled with a chaotic blood-yellow aura of desolation. It was impossible to determine the direction, and if he accidentally went in the wrong direction, it would be a bit of a loss. He carefully walked through the mountain forest. Although it was safe here, he had no choice but to leave. Seeing that there was an endless desert outside, the tragic aura once again assaulted him. Long Chen was about to leave, but he sensed the aura of a living person not far away. He vaguely heard the sound of crying, and went forward to take a look. It turned out that there was a young boy hiding in the crevice of a mountain stream. He was not old, and was probably a disciple of a certain divine city family. He was considered the youngest group of people on this trip, even younger than Long Chen, but his strength was already at the fifth stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. This was a young boy carved from jade, similar to Mo Xiaolang 10 years ago, but much timid. He hugged his knees and hid in the crevice of the rocks, trembling and crying. There was a mysterious Tao flowing around this young boy's body. His eyes and hair were pure black, and the power in his body formed a perfect cycle. Although this young boy was relatively weak and timid compared to the current Long Chen, but the nature of his power must be a little stronger than that of the Light Divine City. He should be someone from the ancient city of 72 divine descendants, but why is he here alone? Could it be that he also encountered a Nian beast? Long Chen thought. He appeared in front of the young boy. Who? The young boy stood up in panic, his face full of shock, until he found out that it was a person, and that there was no malice in this person's eyes. He stammered. You. Are you also from the ancient city of 72 divine descendants? The reason why he appeared was because Long Chen felt that it was very strange for him to appear here. He nodded, then asked, Which divine city are you from, and why are you here? The other party saw that his tone was calm and did not have much vigilance, and hurriedly replied, I am from Greater One Divine City. My name is Dong Huang Lu Feng. I am a Nian beast, a big Nian beast. It completely scattered our team. I had 2 companions with me, but they were all eaten by the wild beast. Only I escaped here. Greater One Divine City. It seemed to be one of the more powerful divine descendant ancient cities in the central region. No wonder this person's power was so strange. The divine spirit called Tai was an extremely powerful being among the humans in the far ancient era. The problem was that there were so many Nian beasts. I don't know if the Nian they encountered was the same as the one I encountered. Is it possible that the Nian deliberately scattered the disciples of the ancient city of God's descendants before killing them? Although he no longer had anything to do with the ancient city of God, Long Chen still had to be concerned if there was such a conspiracy in the ancient land of divine wilderness. After all, it was partly related to him leaving this place. Big brother, can you take me away? Dong Huang Lu Feng said pitifully. His star-like eyes were filled with expectation as he looked at Long Chen. Bringing his words along would definitely be troublesome. However, if this little fellow was left here and no one took him away, he would most likely die. Where's your star talisman? Long Chen asked. He knew that the other party definitely had a star talisman that an elder used to contact him. Dong Huang Lu Feng stammered. When I was contacting fourth uncle, the desolate beast came. I don't know where the star talisman went. Long Chen said, I'm leaving the ancient land of divine wilderness now, not going to the divine sea. If you want to follow, then follow me. It's good to leave this place. I don't want to stay here. It's too scary. Dong Huang Lu Feng said with lingering fear. There was some sadness in his eyes. Maybe it was because he had witnessed the death of his 2 companions with his own eyes. There were a lot of secrets in Long Chen's divine kingdom. It was fine to let this guy stay in the great void realm alone. If he was lucky enough to leave, then he would let him go. If he fell into the hands of the ancient city of War God, no one would make things difficult for him. He might even be protected by the ancient city of War God. Long Chen made a few arrangements with him. The other party nodded in agreement. Thus, he let the little fellow stay in the great void realm while he prepared to leave. Do you know which direction is the direction to leave the ancient land of divine wilderness? Long Chen asked casually. I know. Before we came, fourth uncle carefully taught us how to distinguish the direction. This direction is the direction away from the divine sea. Dong Huang Lu Feng, who was a little timid, said. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. He never thought that the little fellow he picked up would be of use. Following that direction, he began to run alone in the ancient land of divine wilderness. I'll be able to leave this place in about a day's time. After making a plan, he quietly moved forward, turning into a black shadow. At the same time, he was extremely vigilant of his surroundings. There were a large number of desolate beasts and poisonous insects in the ancient land of divine wilderness, and even quite a few ancient mutants. In the next half a day, Long Chen used the time dragon and rarely encountered any battles. The time dragon also consumed energy, so he would only use it in times of crisis to maintain his fighting strength as much as possible. Soon, he entered a seemingly peaceful desert. In the desert, the quicksand slid, as if there was a huge monster underground. After arriving here, Long Chen stopped in his tracks and became vigilant. There seemed to be some movement beneath his feet, and a fatal sense of danger assaulted him. In that instant, he made a prompt decision to use the time dragon and jump towards the sky. In the next moment, a dense blood-red color filled the entire desert. Wherever one could see, it turned into a sea of scarlet. Looking down, there were countless blood-colored ants. They were the blood soul ants, one of the most terrifying creatures in the ancient land of divine wilderness. There were too many blood soul ants. The most terrifying thing was that their bodies were as hard as steel. They were very difficult to kill and their teeth were especially sharp. If a group of blood soul ants pounced on them, they could instantly devour all the flesh and blood of a person. If Long Chen did not have the time dragon, he might have met with misfortune in a short period of time. Therefore, the survival rate of other young warriors in the ancient land of divine wilderness was very low. After the dense blood-colored ant tide could not find Long Chen, they immediately changed their position and rushed towards the back of Long Chen, as if they had a new target. Long Chen stayed in midair and waited for a long time before the endless blood-colored wave finally disappeared. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Nian beast, blood soul ant tide. If this goes on, the new generation of the 72 divine descendants will be completely annihilated. I keep feeling like there's some conspiracy going on. Not only him, but others should also be able to easily guess it. At this moment, the most important thing was still his own matter. After dodging the blood soul ant tide, Long Chen continued to leave the ancient land of divine wilderness. After traveling for a short while, he could see many corpses on the ground. These people had not been dead for long, and there was a lot of luster on the bones. From the remnant martial arts markings on some of the corpses, there were people from the martial god ancient city, radiance divine city, profound ice divine city, etc. On this route, it should be the work of the blood soul ant tide. Without the protection of the commander, the new generation is like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in the ancient land of divine wilderness. The descendants of the 72 divine descendants might have been at peace for too long and let their guard down. Long Chen muttered a few words. This kind of thing was not for him to worry about, so he continued forward. So many people died. What's going on? Daddy and the others didn't say that so many people would die in the battlefield of gods to worship the ancestors. In the great void realm, Dong Huang Liufeng's face was dull. Long Chen traveled in silence, moving stealthily in the rugged mountains. No matter what desolate beasts he encountered, he would quickly avoid them. However, there was one thing that he could not avoid, and that was the elemental spirit array. Elemental spirit arrays often appeared out of nowhere and whizzed past them. Long Chen had actually encountered many lone deities' blood descendants along the way. He had once seen a deity's blood descendants being engulfed by a wind elemental spirit array. The deity's blood descendants instantly turned into dust without even having the chance to scream. Moreover, the probability of elemental spirit arrays appearing seemed to be increasing. At this point, Long Chen felt that it was almost time to leave the ancient land of divine wilderness. However, at this moment, the entire ancient land of divine wilderness seemed to be in chaos. A large number of elemental spirit arrays appeared and attacked everywhere, causing a large number of casualties. Long Chen had just rushed into a valley and was about to pass through this seemingly safe place, but he did not expect to be attacked by elemental spirit arrays from all directions. The destructive power of the elemental spirit arrays was astonishing. Everywhere they went, even the mountains of the ancient land of divine wilderness were quickly razed to the ground. Boom! Within the elemental spirit array, a storm swept past like a blade. Behind him, there was an elemental spirit array of the Tao of Devouring. After the surrounding sand and stones were swallowed, they immediately disappeared. There were also fire elemental spirit arrays, ice elemental spirit arrays, and so on. At this critical moment, Long Chen made a prompt decision. He used the god-slaying sword to blast open a tall mountain and rushed in. At this moment, the numerous elemental spirit arrays behind him exploded, emitting terrifying vibrations. At that moment, Long Chen felt as though the world was collapsing. Countless gravel struck his body and the terrifying power raised a large area around him to the ground. Amidst the intense impact, Long Chen was blasted out and crashed into another mountain stream. This mountain stream was much deeper and the surrounding rocks were rather sturdy. There were a large number of elemental spirit arrays wreaking havoc outside, but the situation here was still all right. It looked like it had not been destroyed for a long time. Maybe I can get out in another 4 to 6 hours. Long Chen looked towards the sky in that direction with a burning gaze. Now was the time when the elemental spirit arrays were wreaking havoc. He planned to endure for a short period of time and see if the elemental spirit arrays would decrease. Legend has it that the elemental spirit arrays are the power left behind by the gods in this world, the remnant Tao. Dong Huang Lufeng muttered to himself. Oh! Long Chen nodded. He waited for a period of time and realized that the elemental spirit arrays did not decrease. Just as he was about to leave, the sounds of conversation came from the depths of the mountain stream. Chapter 1798. Long Chen really didn't expect to meet them in this place. His first thought was to escape. After all, if they were here, Su Xilan and the others were likely to rush over to rescue him as soon as possible. If they were at her level, he would fall into the trap again. At this time, the two sisters should be quarreling. There was no one else present. Long Chen originally wanted to leave directly, but in the other party's conversation, he heard something that interested him very much. He escaped into the river of time. With Su Yuyao and Su Yuji's ability, they couldn't find him at all. As long as he didn't waste too much time, there wouldn't be any problem. In the depths of the mountain stream, there was a relatively quiet world. Long Chen leaned behind a large and smooth rock. In his field of vision, the Su Jiaoyang sisters stood together with disheveled hair and dirty faces. They must have just escaped to this place. They tidied up their makeup while coldly glancing at each other and engaged in a fierce argument. There was a bloody corpse at their feet. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Su Chan's eldest son, Su Tianzhou. This Su family disciple who shot him with the 9-star skies bow died very miserably. His face was almost unrecognizable. It didn't seem like he was defeated by a wild beast. It should be caused by an elemental spirit array. He was accidentally hit by the elemental spirit array, but he wasn't smashed to pieces. It was already very lucky. Sure enough, even the disciples of martial god Ancient City were dying one by one. Was this premeditated or a coincidence? Long Chen focused on their conversation. Su Yuyao looked agitated and said, "At this time, you still want to find him? Su Yuji, what did he give you? You care so much about him that you didn't even save Su Tianzhou. You stinky brat. Don't tell me you fell in love with him? Did you sleep with him? Was it very enjoyable?" Her face was ferocious as she uttered a string of obscenities. Long Chen already knew that the relationship between the sisters was very bad. He could also get used to such a scene. In the face of Su Yuyao's accusation, Su Yuji's expression didn't change. She sneered and said, "No wonder father only treats you as a child. With your temper, you will never know what our father is doing. Su Yuyao, if you are not smart and only know how to cause trouble, do you think father will still pamper you, trash?" Su Yuyao was stunned. She tried her best to calm herself down and asked, "What does father want to do? What does he want this Long Chen for?" Su Yuji looked at the elemental spirit array wreaking havoc outside and frowned. Right now there was no way to rush out, so she said, "Then I'll be merciful and tell you. Do you know what our family has in the martial devil cave?" Su Yuyao shook her head blankly. Su Yuji smiled complacently and said, "There is a magic seed left behind by our ancestor, the war god. That is something that he transformed before he became a god, and it is the true path to becoming a god. Our father deciphered this secret, so he planned to obtain the martial demon seed and let him complete the super great cause of becoming a god. Our father is very knowledgeable and has read a lot of books. He knows a lot of things that many people don't know." No matter how stupid Su Yuyao was, she could roughly guess why Su Zhan treated Long Chen so well. Why did he let Long Chen enter the martial devil cave? Su Yuyao asked. That is because the martial demon seed has been in its weakest state for many years. It needs the blood of a super Shenron. Only a strong body like the super Shenron can nourish the martial demon seed and let it truly awaken. At that time, father will be able to obtain a mature martial demon seed and transform into a martial demon, finally becoming a new war god, a god that has not appeared in the eternal god realm for countless years. Not even the 5 great dragon cities have a god. Hearing this, Su Yuyao was stunned. When Long Chen learned the truth, he also sneered in his heart. It was more or less what he had expected. Long Chen went to the martial devil cave once, which means that he already has a martial demon seed. If he finishes raising the martial demon seed, what will happen to him? Su Yuyao asked nervously. Su Yuji looked into the distance and smiled sweetly. Nonsense, of course he will die of exhaustion. The martial demon seed is so powerful, it will definitely devour all of his life force. Do you still think that father and I are biased towards him? Su Yuyao shut her mouth. After a while, she suddenly smiled and said, "What a beautiful ending. Then let's keep that guy in the dark. When the elemental spiritual formation is over, I will immediately go with you to find him. I want to wait for that day, to see him know the truth with my own eyes and then die of exhaustion. I must wait for that day to come." Su Yuji didn't say anything. In her eyes, Long Chen was just a tool of her father. The reason why she took care of him and tried to gain Long Chen's trust was all for Su Zhan. I see. Long Chen was rarely schemed against like this. No wonder Su Zhan wanted to find the super Shenron. Then, this was an irreconcilable hatred. If I can escape today, I will definitely come back to avenge this murder. There were many good people in the world, but there were also many people who wanted to kill him. Long Chen was just unlucky to be brought into the Su family and meet this heartless father and daughter. Compared to Su Yuyao, Su Yuji was even more hateful. She never took Long Chen seriously, but in front of Long Chen, she acted like a caring sister. Her scheming was so deep that it made people's hair stand on end. This was not a place to stay for long. Just as Long Chen was about to leave, Su Yuyao said something that attracted Long Chen's attention. She said, "I heard that you want to refine the spiritual snowhound's true spirit. Then when you bathe in the divine spirit rain, you will use the true spirit to attract more divine spirit power, thus allowing yourself to step into the rebirth realm." After revealing the matter of the martial demon seed, the relationship between the two sisters wasn't as bad as before. Spiritual snowhound, true spirit. Ancient mutants were different from humans or demons. They didn't have primordial spirits, and the only core of their bodies was the true spirit. If the true spirit was gone, it was equivalent to death. Hearing this news, in the divine kingdom, the eyes of Lingxi, Soyian, and the rest were filled with resentment. They were already very dissatisfied because of what happened to Long Chen, but they didn't expect this woman to deprive the cute puppy of its life force and use its true spirit to give herself a chance to pass the rebirth tribulation. No wonder the spiritual snowhound wasn't willing to return to her side. Although it was an ancient mutant, it was spiritual and knew that Long Chen and the rest truly liked it, while Su Yuji was only doting on it on the surface. As she spoke, Su Yuji suddenly took out the spiritual snowhound. Long Chen remembered that he had asked her about the spiritual snowhound, and she said that she didn't bring it. He didn't expect her to be lying. At that time, he actually trusted her a little. In her hands, the spiritual snowhound's face was filled with panic. Its short and cute limbs were swaying randomly, struggling and crying out. Su Yuji grabbed the back of its neck and said with a smile, "Isn't this the use of the spiritual snowhound? It's a pity that there are very few of them, and it's not easy to reproduce. Furthermore, the time interval between the opening of the battlefield of the gods is too long. Otherwise, there would be many rebirth tribulation realm experts in this period of time." Rebirth. What an enviable realm. There was no respect for life in her eyes. Killing was the nature of Long Chen's bloodline, but he had always been avoiding it and looking for a more suitable method. If not for his kind nature, he would have long become a demon of killing under the influence of the ancient blood spirit dragon bloodline. The spiritual snowhound was right in front of him. Should he save it or not? If he saved it, it would be a risk. Putting aside the fact that Su Yuji was powerful and was already at the peak of the 9th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, he had just reached the late stage of the 4th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. If Su Xilan caught up, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Just as Long Chen was hesitating and the people in the God Nation didn't dare to disturb his decision, the magical spiritual snowhound actually sensed his presence. The spiritual snowhound had the most mystical treasure hunting ability. It had an inexplicable acute sense of smell. In fact, it wasn't even smelling a scent, but something magical. When it discovered Long Chen's presence, it struggled with all its might. It had never bitten anyone before, but it actually bit Su Yuji's fair finger. Taking advantage of her pain, it broke free and ran towards Long Chen. Su Yuji was shocked and her expression turned ugly. She immediately chased after the spiritual snowhound. "Evil creature! See if I don't tear you into pieces. How dare you bite me?" Under her control, how could the spiritual snowhound escape? This time, it was just carelessness. The spiritual snowhound howled and hopped on its 4 short legs, looking pitifully in Long Chen's direction. Long Chen could only smile bitterly. He was still hesitating on whether to save this little guy, but he didn't expect it to run over on its own. This little thing is really worrisome. Sometimes, Long Chen didn't make decisions based on absolute rationality. He believed in his intuition. Right now, his intuition was telling him to take this little thing away. Since he was taking a risk, he might as well take another risk. At this critical moment, he appeared in front of Su Yuji and swept up the spiritual snowhound, keeping it in the God Nation. The sudden appearance of this cold youth scared the sisters, especially Su Yuji, who felt like she was naked in front of Long Chen. This was because she had said many things that she had never said in front of Long Chen before. "Long Chen, why are you here?" Su Yuji had completely forgotten about the spiritual snowhound. She looked at Long Chen in a daze. It could only be said that it was fate that they met in this place under Nian's Big Dipper transposition. Su Yuyao was equally shocked. She also realized that Long Chen had probably heard their conversation. If Long Chen knew the truth, they would have no choice but to use extreme methods. In the God Nation, the spiritual snowhound trembled in Lingxi's arms. Chapter 1799. Xueqi's face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. She scanned Long Chen's body and said, "You heard everything just now." Long Chen couldn't be bothered to talk to her. Since the rescue was successful, he had to leave immediately. He turned around and escaped into the river of time, leaving this place as fast as he could. "You want to leave? No way." Xueqi moved quickly, and 8 small golden balls appeared in her hands. They were about the size of a thumb, and the balls were flashing with shiny golden runes. The balls trembled and were about to explode. In the next moment, she threw the 8 small golden balls in her hands with sufficient strength. 8 Extreme Heavenly Diagram. The 8 small golden balls flew out at a terrifying speed. As long as one wasn't at the reincarnation realm, it would be difficult to surpass this speed. After all, this was the speed of a Tao artifact. All Long Chen could do was dodge the 8 small balls. However, he didn't expect that the 8 small balls weren't attacking him. Instead, they scattered in 8 directions in a short period of time before exploding instantly. The 8 small balls emitted a large amount of golden mist. The golden mist rose up like a huge beast. In the blink of an eye, it formed a huge golden barrier above everyone's head. It was spherical and had a diameter of several thousand meters. It completely enveloped the 3 of them. The golden barrier was rather thick. It formed when Long Chen was near the edge, completely blocking Long Chen's path. The inner wall of the golden barrier lit up, turning the sealed space into a sea of golden light. Countless runes appeared on the inner wall of the golden barrier and spun rapidly. They emitted a destructive force that swarmed in all directions. This kind of indiscriminate attack could easily hit Long Chen and expose Long Chen. The runes turned into countless swords and sabers. Long Chen revealed himself. He gathered all the strength in his body and slashed at the golden inner wall with a god-slaying sword with 28 Tao patterns. The so-called 8 Extreme Heavenly Diagram only shook a little, and a sword mark that was only about a centimeter deep appeared on the inner wall. According to Long Chen's estimation, the thickness of this 8 Extreme Heavens diagram would definitely be more than a meter. He could not help but have a headache. It seemed like the other party was already familiar with his time-roaming dragon and had already thought of a solution. This 8 Extreme Heavenly Diagram was too terrifying. Not to mention Long Chen, even Xueqi herself might not be able to break it. At this time, Xueqi's sneer came from below. She said, "I already knew you had this move. In order for me to deal with you, my father personally bestowed this 8 Extreme Heavenly Diagram to me. The 8 Extreme Heavenly Diagram is incomparably tough, and even I am unable to break it. If you want to break it, you'll have to cultivate for another 10 years. Don't underestimate my father's intelligence. You'll lose very miserably." After hacking at it a few times, Long Chen had no choice but to give up. This was because this 8 Extreme Heavenly Diagram could still repair itself. If he couldn't break it in one go, there was no way he could break it. Xueqi, who was at the side, also laughed and said, "Since you've appeared, don't be in a hurry to leave. When my big brother and 5th aunt arrive, someone will take care of you. Your appearance of a cornered beast is really laughable. Where's your prestige, Long Chen?" Being defeated by Long Chen was a humiliation that she would never be able to face in her life. Finally, when she saw that he was powerless, the knot in her heart was relieved, and even more anger was ignited. Long Chen had no choice but to suppress the irritation in his heart. If he lost his rationality, he would lose even more solutions. Obviously, this troublesome person, Su Xilan, was rushing over here, and Su Zhan had already planned for his escape. That was why he let Xueqi bring this 8 Extreme Heavenly Diagram that was enough to imprison him. After calming down, he looked at the pair of sisters from the sky. Very few women could make Long Chen hate them so much, and they were a pair of sisters. In the beginning, Feng Jilin was very good. Later on she changed a lot. After her rebirth, she was probably about to replace Long Chen and become a super expert of the true martial emperor palace in the future. However, these 2 women made Long Chen hate them to the bone. That mocking expression really shouldn't appear on such a beautiful face. Don't even think about escaping. Wait for my 5th aunt to arrive. If you are obedient, I will still treat you as my younger brother. Xueqi maintained that moving and warm smile. Xueqi said, "Why are you being polite with this kind of person? He is not someone who will easily yield. Just imprison him." Long Chen gradually calmed down. No matter what, He couldn't be frightened by these two women. He said, "Although I can't open the 8 extreme heavenly diagram, you are about to become the master of this Tao tool. If I kill you, this thing will naturally be unlocked." Xueqi smiled gently and said, "Well said, but can you do it?" The only way. As such, it was impossible for Long Chen to be merciful. He would not joke around with his life. Since he was faced with such a situation, regret was useless. Speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness were the only way to deal with the opponent. "Big brother, let me help." In the Divine Nation, Mo Xiaolang had already made his preparations. The opponent was very strong. Su Yuyao was fine, but Xueqi was a peerless genius. Her divine blood concentration was more than 10%, and she had cultivated in seclusion for countless years. In every aspect, she was much stronger than Su Yuyao. "I can help too. You and Xiao Lang can focus on dealing with Xueqi. Maybe you can finish it quickly. I will help you restrain Su Yuyao and not let her cause trouble," Lingxi said seriously. She hated Su Yuyao very much. She couldn't accept being defeated by her. A woman's hatred was very shocking. Lingxi was not surprised. At this time, her eyes were filled with anger. Long Chen rarely saw her so frightening. But, could she restrain Su Yuyao? The current her had just broken through to the 7th Nirvana Tribulation realm. She was one Nirvana Tribulation away from the opponent. "Chen, trust me. My divine blood is several times more than hers. I also have the inheritance of the misty immortal sect. I have made great progress recently," Lingxi said firmly. Long Chen saw her progress. At this moment, she was needed the most. With the help of the 9 hell butterfly, if it was just to restrain her, Lingxi might really be able to do it. In this way, he and Mo Xiaolang, who had worked together for many years, could really complete the difficult task of quickly killing Xueqi. At this critical moment, there was no mercy. It was either you die or I live. "Okay, that's it." Long Chen made a prompt decision and assigned the task of killing Su Yuyao to Lingxi. Back in the War God Galaxy, Lingxi was defeated by Su Yuyao. But today they were not as weak as they used to be. To Lingxi, this was not as simple as proving herself. Ever since she came to the Eternal God domain, she had been eager to be able to help Long Chen, not just the little woman behind him. Especially after obtaining the inheritance of the misty immortal sect, she was even more eager to be able to play a role. This was like the most crucial battle of her life. In her eyes, pure divine blood was crystal clear. Sword patterns trembled between her fingers, and sword chi crisscrossed. The butterfly tattoo that covered her snow-white back was even more beautiful, glowing with a psychedelic brilliance. Whoosh! Long Chen split into 3. Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang appeared beside him. The 3 of them were brimming with killing intent. "If it wasn't for the fact that you are a super divine dragon with great value, do you think we would have allowed the inheritor of the misty immortal sect to remain in this world? Let me tell you, back then, one of the people who destroyed the misty immortal sect was the martial god ancient city. Today, I will destroy it again for you to see, and let you understand. Just obediently become my father's feed. With your lowly bloodline, you don't even have the qualifications to talk to us, the descendants of the gods." She looked at Su Yuyao coldly and said, "Yao, you have many tricks up your sleeve. Kill this woman for me." A woman's jealousy was shocking. When the 2 sisters saw that Lingxi suppressed them in every aspect, they had long since wanted to kill her. The conflict between the 2 sides was imminent. Lingxi's eyes were snow-white. She bent her hands slightly, and apart from her thumbs, 8 earth-shattering heavenly swords extended from her fingers. In an instant, the entire 8 extremes heavenly diagram was filled with sword chi, sword will howling, and countless sword shadows scattered. Long Chen and the other 2 looked at each other. They were ready to face death with equanimity. "Little she, defeat her," Long Chen whispered in her ear, giving her the greatest strength. "I will." Lingxi smiled gently, giving Long Chen the feeling of 100 flowers blooming. She did not stay any longer. She pointed her sword at Su Yuyao and left Long Chen alone, going to another corner of the 8 extremes heavenly diagram. Seeing Lingxi's provocation, Su Yuyao's expression darkened. She then sneered, "Bitch, you're already someone's wife at such a young age, and you're still pretending to be a holy maiden. You lost to me, and now you want to turn the tables? Don't tell me you're so naive to want to send me away. You'd better calculate how many breaths I can kill you in. Boom. The martial gods will moved. Su Yuyao transformed into a supreme martial god. Golden light shone, and the great sun-purple phoenix heavenly armor surrounded her, releasing shocking power. She was domineering and did not look like a woman at all. She let out a contemptuous laugh and rushed towards Lingxi like a cannonball. She punched out, and the heavens and earth split. Evidently, Su Yuyao was even more domineering. Long Chen could not help but worry about Lingxi, but he trusted this girl who was getting stronger and stronger. He did not need to worry about her. He could completely ignore her battle and focus all his attention on Su Yuji. Big brother, are you burning up? Emo Xiaolong's eyes were burning with passion. There was no fear, only an indomitable will to fight. How many times had they fought side by side? They did not know. But what they knew was that every time they joined forces, they had never been defeated. When Su Yuji gradually revealed her martial Dao cultivation at the peak of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang erupted with powerful battle prowess. The two of them turned into a red and black ray of light, and as soon as they attacked, they caused the 8 Extremes heavenly diagram to tremble. Boom! Chapter 1800. At the moment of battle, Su Yuji was extremely relaxed. She spread her arms and her fiery red dress fluttered in the air like a blooming red flower. 9th level Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Compared to Dragon Soul General Ao Zhan who appeared on Dragon Sacrificial Continent, Su Yuji was clearly more powerful. Her speed was extremely fast, but when Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang attacked, she chose to dodge. In the 8 Extreme Heavenly Diagram, Su Yuji let out a contemptuous smile and said, I know you are progressing very quickly and even defeated my sister. Your cultivation speed is much more astonishing than I expected, but you don't understand that no matter how hard you try, you can't catch up to us, the descendants of gods. She had absolute confidence in herself, which was why she dared to use the 8 Extreme Heavenly Diagram to trap him. Although she was shocked by Long Chen's progress, she was born in Martial God Ancient City and had seen all kinds of geniuses. Although immortal spirit treasures could make many people improve very quickly, the drawbacks would gradually appear. She, Su Yuji, was different from Long Chen. She had cultivated to this level by relying on her own efforts. She didn't take Long Chen's little tricks to heart at all. Trying to stall for time? Seeing that she didn't want to fight with him, Long Chen clearly knew her intentions. She wanted to delay until Su Xilan and the others arrived. At that time, it would be absolutely no problem to take care of Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't let her do that. He and Mo Xiaolang split up and attacked forcefully in order to end the battle quickly. It's useless, don't do useless work. She floated in the air, covering her small mouth with her hand as she let out a contemptuous smile. Her fiery red figure appeared and disappeared like a ghost, her speed frightening. She was even more powerful than Long Chen had expected, giving Long Chen a great deal of pressure. Go all out. Just as he was making progress and raising his 2 swords horizontally, 2 pairs of thin wings that looked like the wings of a dragonfly suddenly appeared behind Su Yuji. They were translucent, blue, and covered with many blue magical formations. They spun beautifully. This is Jialon Feather. Its defense is invincible, and its speed is even more so. This was not a Dao artifact, but a connate Dao art that had been cultivated. The 2 pairs of thin wings trembled and instantly turned invisible. However, a blue translucent ball of light completely enveloped Su Yuji, as if it was protecting her. At this time, Su Yuji's speed almost doubled, especially her flying speed. It was as if she had grown a pair of wings behind her. Can you still catch up to me at this time? Su Yuji suddenly appeared behind him. Her voice was quiet and enchanting, but it was filled with contempt and ridicule. She stood at an absolute vantage point, looking down at Long Chen. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen was nothing but fodder in her eyes. Rip. On the other side, the battle between Lingxi and Su Yuyao could only be described as tragic. Long Chen knew that he did not have much time left. He cooperated with Mo Xiaolang and launched another attack. Mo Xiaolang surrounded Su Yuji with the 9 Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame, but the 9 Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame, which had always been invincible, was swept back by Su Yuji's blue wings. With the protection of the Jialon Feather, Long Chen's 2 swords could not cut in. Most of the time, he could not catch up to his opponent at all. Are you very impatient? Su Yuji chuckled. She turned back to look at the battle between Lingxi and Su Yuyao and said, "Yaoer, put in more effort to kill this woman. I'll stop him for you. Doesn't he love your opponent very much? I'd like to see what he's like when he's at his craziest." "Got it. What nonsense." Su Yuyao cursed in dissatisfaction. In the blink of an eye, she used God's blood boil. After the God's blood boil, her combat power soared instantly. With a shake of her body, 18 Taiwu Supreme Lord Avatars descended and surrounded Lingxi. Lingxi's snow-white dress fluttered in the air. Among the 8 heavenly swords, 4 of them were controlled by her imperial sword divine art. They crisscrossed around her and transformed into snow-white rays of light. The opponent's strength was tyrannical. It was difficult for Lingxi to break through in a short period of time. Most of the time, it was the opponent who suppressed her. Just like now. After the God's blood boil, Su Yuyao's cultivation base soared. The power of her fist increased crazily, causing Lingxi to retreat step by step. But even so, it could not change the stubborn look in Lingxi's eyes. In her eyes, cold air was emitting. 1,000 mountains of evening snow sword formation. Thousands of snowy mountains filled the air. The blazing sun was silent. All of these were formed by the eruption of sword qi. Under Lingxi's control, the 1,000 mountains of evening snow and the 18 Taiwu Supreme Lords clashed. Countless sword qi crisscrossed, and Lingxi was like a goddess. Her entire body emitted a sparkling light. Her beauty could be said to be able to turn all living things upside down. Blizzard sword. It had to be said that after the opponent's God's blood boil, his attack power was too fierce. The mere 1,000 mountains of evening snow sword formation could not allow Lingxi to withstand the opponent's attack. Coupled with the impact of the blizzard sword, the blizzard descended and the world lost its color. Countless blizzard sword qi broke through the 18 Taiwu Supreme Lord Avatars and swept towards Su Yuyao. Long Chen chased after Su Yuji, who was unwilling to fight him, while watching the battle. The situation over there could be said to be frightening. This guy. He saw that even though she was below, Lingxi was not the slightest bit timid. She was quiet and calm, but she never stopped attacking in order to defend her man and realize her own value. Under the blizzard sword, even Su Yuyao, whose God's blood boil, had to retreat. Su Yuyao was furious. Her eyes were filled with ferocious killing intent. "Bitch, how dare you beat me back?" She screamed and charged forward at full speed. Her fists broke through the blizzard sword, and the will of the martial god in her eyes burst forth. In her eyes, the golden martial god presided. This will inherited from her ancestor brought a huge impact to Lingxi's primordial spirit. Lingxi was not Long Chen, and it was not easy to resist the will of the martial god. As she trembled, a drop of blood flowed out of her mouth. Seeing her injured, Long Chen felt a pain in his heart. Right at this moment, Su Yuyao laughed coldly and pressed down. She sent a slap towards Lingxi and shouted, "I'm going to tear your face apart." Lingxi gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and attacked with the 4 heaven swords. The 9 hells illusionary butterfly quietly activated its illusion art. When the opponent rushed over, the 4 heaven swords turned into thousands of illusions, frightening Su Yuyao. She went crazy and continuously struck down the heaven swords, only to find that they were all illusions. The real heaven sword stabbed at the opponent from an extremely tricky angle. 3 of them were repelled by Su Yuyao, and only 1 pierced her waist. Success! Lingxi was waiting for this moment. However, she discovered that with her current strength, she was still unable to stab the heavenly sword into the other party's body, and was once again blasted away by the other party's violent strength. Su Yuyao was not like a delicate woman at all, but more like a strong primordial beast, full of vigor and vitality. The 4 heaven swords returned to Lingxi's hands. Su Yuyao descended above her head and sneered. "Do you see? Lowly bloodline. You are not the blood of gods, nor are you a dragon warrior. You lowly thing, what qualifications do you have to fight with the blood of gods? You mortals, what filthy things are flowing in your blood?" She had been told since she was young that she was the descendant of gods. When she understood the meaning of gods, she knew that she was born to be noble. She could not tolerate others being more noble than her. To Lingxi, these words were especially disgusting. The pride in her heart had been insulted time and time again, until it reached its limit. Lingxi rarely got angry, but every time she did, she would be hysterical. She had inherited 80% of the goddess Su's blood. No one knew where so much of the goddess Su's blood came from, but the pride in her bloodline was second only to Long Chen in the depths of her heart. Su Yuyao's repeated insults, provocations, and insults had awakened a wonderful thing in the depths of her heart. That thing seemed to be called glory. The glory of having such a bloodline. Just as Su Yuyao was suppressing Lingxi again, a huge change happened to Lingxi's body. That change was the boiling of God's blood. Long Chen was astonished to find that Lingxi's power was increasing rapidly. This was a terrifying increase. The entire 8 extreme sky diagram was trembling. The shining white light completely drowned the golden color in this space. In a trance, Long Chen seemed to see a god appear behind Lingxi. It was also an indescribable woman, filled with the radiance of motherhood. Although it was just a glimpse, it made Long Chen's heart palpitate. That woman should be Su Nu, Rumble. Light shone. This small change caused Lingxi to be completely enveloped in the snow-white light. It was as though a god had descended to the world, pure and holy. In front of her, the ferocious Su Yuyao looked like a beggar. Lingxi was in a state of burning. With a flick of her finger, 8 heaven swords appeared in her hands, completely under her control. Her eyes that were filled with divine light stared at Su Yuyao, and said word by word, "True nobility lies in the soul. You are just an ugly devil, and I do have a man. I love him, but I am not dirty. No one likes you although you are a virgin. Your heart is sinister and vicious, and I have never harmed anyone. I have lived a more blissful life than you. What right do you have to mock me?" Su Yuyao's eyes revealed a terrifying blood-red color. Nonsense. She mobilized the power of the martial god's will and laughed coldly. "Since your god's blood is boiling, it means that you are also a descendant of a god. Is this the light divine city? They are all holy on the surface but filthy on the inside. Dang. The martial gods will lead the 18 Taiwu true lords to descend." Lingxi's eyes were cold. She gritted her teeth, and among the 8 divine swords, one of the Zhu immortal swords slashed out, transforming into a super-huge sword. With an unstoppable force, it broke through the 18 Taiwu true lords and finally stabbed Su Yuyao's body, piercing through this woman. The astonishing power took away all of Su Yuyao's vitality. The power of one move. This sword contained all of Lingxi's anger. She had a kind personality and rarely killed people. It was only this time that she was angry after being repeatedly pressured by the other party. The previous chapter seemed to have mentioned the great sun-purple Yuan heavenly armor. This thing had long been destroyed in the battle between Su Yuyao and Long Chen. It has been corrected. On Monday, the WeChat public platform would select readers to send their signed physical books. Welcome to Follow Lunatics WeChat. Feng Qingyang. Verified by Tencent Weibo. Chapter 1801. Even Long Chen did not expect that after Lingxi's god blood boil, she would have such a terrifying power that she could kill Su Yuyao in one move. Generally speaking, it would be very difficult for top-notch bloodlines to cross a major realm after the divine blood seething. After all, a major realm was a several-fold increase. Moreover, the lower the concentration of the divine blood, the longer the time needed to perform it again. For example, Su Yuyao, who had a concentration of more than 10%, could use it several times a month. And the only reason that could explain the terrifying god blood boil of Lingxi was that the concentration of her god blood was shockingly high. This shocking turn of events could be said to have scared Su Yuji silly. Lingxi was still strong, while Su Yuyao's chest and abdomen were only pierced, but her vitality was completely destroyed. Her primordial spirit collapsed, and her corpse fell from the sky, landing on the ground in a daze. Until her death, she had a look of disbelief. Her eyes were wide open, and it could be said that she died with a grievance. When she met Long Chen in the War God Galaxy, she definitely did not expect that this would be her ending. Her vitality was completely severed. Su Yuyao. This scene stunned Su Yuji. She stopped running and landed next to Su Yuyao. After taking a look and confirming that Su Yuyao was dead, she slowly raised her head. There was no sadness in her eyes, only anger, and the frustration brought about by the sudden attack. She had always thought that she was always suppressing Long Chen and the others. She did not expect that Lingxi would be the first to break her control. This was a very bad start. You guys are really worrisome. You even killed her. How do you want me to explain to my father? Su Yuji's face was gloomy as she shook her head in distress. A dark golden needle appeared in her hand. It was obviously a super powerful Dao weapon. She had obviously prepared it for a long time, But before the needle could be released, Su Yuyao died. Su Yuji looked at Lingxi and said, "God blood boil to such an extent. Is this the goddess of light? It's really unbelievable. But you're too much of a hindrance. You can go and die too." Although there was not much sisterly love between them. However, after Su Yuyao's death, if she didn't express her gratitude, she would feel guilty. The dark golden needle suddenly pierced through space and appeared in front of Lingxi. It was about to strike Lingxi's forehead. This was a fatal killing move. Even Long Chen himself might not be able to break it perfectly. However, Lingxi's expression did not change at all. She stretched out her finger again and spat out a word. "Fight." Among the 8 major celestial swords, the heaven battling sword shot out, maintaining the powerful aura of the previous sword as it shot towards Su Yuji. The long sword broke through the restrictions of space and once again pierced through, colliding with the dark golden divine needle. Ding! The dark gold needle turned into powder. The heaven battling sword was a Dao artifact with 80 Dao patterns. Only martial artists in the reincarnation realm could truly use it. Now that the 8 major celestial swords were combined, each sword was equivalent to a portion of the 80 Dao patterns. A mere needle might have been able to deal with Lingxi before her blood boiled. But now, it was just wishful thinking. The heaven battling sword rushed in front of Su Yuji. Su Yuji's expression finally changed. She used the Saga feather to block herself. The heaven battling sword pierced the thin blue wings, producing a shocking sound. In the next moment, the Saga feather was shattered. Su Yuji's face turned pale. She took a few steps back and looked at Lingxi in fear. Only then did the heaven battling sword retreat. Even so, it was already terrifying enough to break the Saga feather that even Long Chen couldn't break with a single sword strike. In the sky, Lingxi's gaze made Su Yuji take a few steps back. In her mind, this girl had already made her feel fear, a kind of bloodline suppression. "Chen!" A beautiful voice rang in her ears. The 8 major celestial swords were trembling. Sure enough, she couldn't hold on anymore. Long Chen hurried to her side. At this time, the light on her body dissipated, returning to her original weak appearance. Even her face was a little pale, and her eyes were in a trance. It made people's hearts ache. Even the 8 major celestial swords had returned to her fingers. "I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep for a while." She stretched out her hand and pulled on Long Chen's clothes. Like a child, she pouted and said in a daze. The explosive increase in power in her body had almost completely dissipated. She hadn't learned how to control this sudden burst of anger and power, unlike Su Yuyao and the others, who had learned for at least 100 years. Now that the power had dissipated, what came next was exhaustion. This time, she had consumed too much energy and needed to recuperate. Long Chen calmed down and said, "Then sleep obediently, leave the rest to us." "Did I perform well? You won't be disappointed, right?" she muttered. Long Chen's heart ached. It was his fault that he couldn't give her a peaceful life. He even made her need to fight like him. He really didn't know if this was good for her or harmful. He held Lingxi's delicate hand tightly and said, "You did well, much better than me. You will always be the best." Hearing this, she finally fainted with peace of mind. Long Chen told her to stay in the divine nations and that Soyan and the others would take care of her. Seeing this scene, Su Yuji, who was originally trembling with fear, suddenly laughed out loud. She was really scared just now. If Lingxi could maintain that state for a long time, she might really be defeated. Too disappointing, to be scared by a little girl. Su Yuji lightly patted her full chest and looked at Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang with a cold and disdainful gaze. She had never been afraid of these two. "It seems that you really want to witness my true strength. Then I am not worthy of you playing." After the incident with Lingxi, she put away her playful heart. Suddenly, her aura swelled. At this moment, she had transformed into a Valkyrie. This level of strength was much more shocking than Su Yuyao's. It was no wonder that the sword that could kill Su Yuyao only broke her Jialan Yu. Lingxi's coma made Long Chen bear a responsibility in his heart, and it also ignited the blood in his heart. At this moment, he felt that his body had gathered endless power. He no longer endured, and in front of Su Yuji, he displayed the strongest technique of the dragon warrior, the divine dragon body. Behind Su Yuji, Mo Xiaolang also displayed his full strength in the 8 extreme heavenly diagram. "This battle, if I don't win, I will die." Looking around at the two giant beasts, Xueqi didn't put them in her eyes at all. Her body flashed with a golden light, and she displayed her super combat strength the moment she attacked. With a wave of her hand, the golden power of Nirvana formed a beautiful full-body chain armor on her body. It was similar to the Jialan Yu, but it had an even stronger defensive ability. What Xueqi learned was very complicated. The heavenly Tao that condensed the power of Nirvana to form the Jialan Yu and the shining golden armor was called the Tao of materialization. It was very unorthodox, but to be able to cultivate to Xueqi's level, it would definitely bring great benefits. For example, this shining golden armor was formed completely from the power of Nirvana, but it was even more powerful than a Tao artifact. Martial Tao Source. With a shout, golden runes flashed on Xueqi's body, and a golden rune appeared between her eyebrows. Her eyes opened, and the martial god golden body sat in them, bringing with it a terrifying deterrent force. Surrounded by the two giant beasts, the golden-armored goddess looked even more terrifying. With a raise of her hand, the 8 extreme heavenly diagram seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Long Chen, do you still have the confidence to defeat me now? Xueqi let out a light laugh. No matter how you jump in my eyes, you will always be a feed. Just obediently submit and fulfill your greatest value. You will create a god. At this point, she had already entered a state of fanaticism. It would be better to say that she was a crazy person. She fanatically chased after her father to help him on his path to godhood. To her, stabilizing Long Chen was her mission. Seeing that Long Chen did not give up, she stretched out her hand, and an extremely scorching power of flames suddenly appeared in the 8 extreme heavenly diagram. An astonishing heat wave swept over. Long Chen knew that this was definitely the most astonishing divine flame item he had seen in his life, apart from the 9 underworlds' demonic ancestral flame. That divine item was being held in Xueqi's hand. It was a feather that was 2 meters long. Most of it was red, but there were golden patterns in the middle. The golden and red flames were burning fiercely, never extinguishing. The entangled flames vaguely turned into a divine bird that let out a piercing cry. The aura of an ancient supergiant beast swept over. It was a fire phoenix. A true divine beast of the immemorial era. Since it was a divine beast, it was in the same realm as a god spirit. The god spirit of the demon clan was, in fact, a divine beast. The demon clan and desolate beasts had the same origin. If a desolate beast could become a god, it would naturally have intelligence and transform into a divine beast. This is a fire phoenix feather. It's not something dead. It's different from the dragon scales of the true divine dragons of the absolute beginning era. Those are dead dragon scales, but this fire phoenix feather still has the true power of a divine beast. Xueqi proudly introduced the divine item that belonged to her. This is the most beautiful gift that my father gave me. He said that I am like a fire phoenix. Speaking of this, her eyes were filled with intoxication. It was probably a fatherly love story. Every time she talked about Su Zhen, her mood would fluctuate greatly. This was the difference between her and Su Yuyao. Su Yuyao was a rebellious little girl, while she regarded Su Zhen as her faith. With a wave of her hand, the fire phoenix feather displayed shocking power. The temperature inside the 8 extreme sky pattern rose rapidly, and even the 8 extreme sky pattern was burning red. My father said that if he could become a god, he would definitely give me an endless lifespan. He seemed to dote on Yao, but in reality, he loves me and only me. As for my elder brother, he abandoned him when the test revealed that he had less than 5% of God's blood. I am the one who can truly achieve great things, his successor. Xueqi said proudly. And you are the key to realizing his lifelong dream. She pointed the fire phoenix feather at Long Chen. Her eyes were filled with passion, as if she was facing her own faith. Long Chen suddenly understood her. After all, he was doing this for his father, Long Qinglan. He had come to the eternal god domain to fight for his father. But there was a difference between fathers and sons. Chapter 1802. Flames. That was an irresistible temptation for Mo Xiaolang in his life. In his eyes, the blazing golden-red divine bird and the soaring fire phoenix feather were the most delicious food in the world. As the fire phoenix feather swayed, his eyes followed. Long Chen could sense that his breathing was getting heavier and his eyes were getting more and more passionate. If not for Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen really didn't know how to deal with the fire phoenix feather. Rip. Xueqi used the fire phoenix feather to tear through the air, and a scorching wave of fire swept towards Long Chen. The other party's reinforcements were rushing over, and Long Chen couldn't delay any longer. The other party stood at the absolute peak of strength, and had no intention of delaying. When her madness reached its peak, she charged toward Long Chen's huge divine dragon body with the flaming phoenix feather in her hand. She was clad in the shining golden armor. The flames opened the way, and as the fire phoenix feather waved, a fierce bird from the primordial era soared into the sky and swept towards him. Dream Bubble Shadow. The Void Universe Dragon executed its mystique, and a torrent of decomposition technique pounced on the fire phoenix feather, reducing most of the golden red flames. However, the difference in the power of Nirvana between the two was too great. No matter how exquisite Long Chen's mystique was, he was at a disadvantage in terms of absolute strength. The fire phoenix feather waved again, and Xueqi looked coldly at Long Chen, her eyes filled with endless contempt. From start to finish, she didn't take Long Chen seriously. This was a difficult enemy. Behind her, the sun-devouring demon wolf was shrouded in black flames, and it suddenly attacked. Xueqi was unmoved, and the fire phoenix feather slashed towards Long Chen's head. The blood-colored divine dragon tumbled in the mist. Just as the vicious bird was about to attack again, the heaven-slaughtering blood sword burst out. The huge dragon tail transformed into a peerless blood sword as it struck out. Wherever the blade pointed, it slashed at the neck of the primordial vicious bird. With a ripping sound, the vicious bird was beheaded. However, the golden-red flames suddenly turned into a huge fire that enveloped Long Chen's body. In an instant, the blood-red mist was burned to ashes, and the blood-red divine dragon was completely engulfed by the flames. With such a shocking flame, only the figure of the divine dragon could be seen struggling in the flames. Xueqi let out a cold laugh and said, "An ant trying to shake a tree, you overestimate yourself. With the fire of the fire phoenix, no matter how strong your divine dragon body is, you will be burned to ashes. Enjoy it, and I'll deal with this despicable wild beast first." She knew that Long Chen must be in great pain right now. However, she guessed wrong. Although the fire phoenix's flames were powerful, it was still far from being able to burn Long Chen's current body. He might be a young dragon, and his skin was too tender and fragile for a true ancestor dragon, but to all living beings in this world, he was above them. Without saying a word, Xueqi also slashed the fire phoenix feather at the sun-devouring demon wolf's head. However, she didn't see the passion in the sun-devouring demon wolf's eyes. The flames burned, and instantly surrounded the sun-devouring demon wolf. Xueqi smiled and said, "This demon wolf of yours seems to be able to devour flames. If you have the guts, swallow my fire phoenix fire." In the next instant, her expression stiffened. With a whoosh, the flames that wrapped around the sun-devouring demon wolf's body completely disappeared, and were completely swallowed by Mo Xiaolang. Immediately after, the moon-swallowing divine ability was executed. Puke. The fire phoenix fire was mixed with the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame. The dual flames brought about an unparalleled power. After executing this move, even Mo Xiaolang himself felt his body burning. The absolutely hot flames and the extreme cold flames mixed together, forming a super attack that surpassed what everyone present could execute. This was just an accident. The red and black flames mixed together, producing a shocking change that swept towards Xueqi. When she saw this terrifying explosion, Xueqi was stunned for a moment. To her, this was simply impossible. Boom. An unparalleled explosion. The 8 extreme heavenly diagram trembled violently, and it seemed like it was about to collapse. In this explosion, Xueqi was the first to bear the brunt. Even though she had many defensive techniques, the impact of the dual terrifying flames still shattered her shining golden armor. What was even more terrifying was that the fire phoenix feather flew out of her hand. The fire phoenix feather was not a Tao artifact, and did not need to recognize its owner. This kind of unconquerable divine object could basically be controlled by whoever obtained it. Just as Mo Xiaolang's moon-swallowing attack succeeded, Long Chen shook off the flames on his body, and used the divine dragon claw to hold the fire phoenix feather in his hand. Then, he turned into his human form. Although the flames of the fire phoenix feather in his hand were very terrifying, Long Chen could still hold on. Mo Xiaolang's powerful divine ability caused the fire phoenix feather to change owners, causing Xueqi to panic. At the same time, this battle finally ushered in a shocking turnaround. Seizing this opportunity, Long Chen held the god-slaying sword in one hand and the fire phoenix feather in the other. Facing the shattered shining golden armor, he cooperated with the sun-devouring demon wolf to launch an astonishing attack. Eternal Instant. Heavenly Slaughtering Blood Sword. The sun-devouring demon wolf also executed many divine abilities. With the two of them working together, coupled with the terrifying might of the fire phoenix feather, the two of them actually forced Xueqi to retreat repeatedly. Xueqi's face was pale. The feeling of being in control had already disappeared, and only resentment was left. During the battle, the two of them looked at each other. Long Chen's seriousness and the coldness in his eyes moved Xueqi. She could not imagine that these two, who were so much weaker than her, could actually unleash such combat power. Boom, boom, boom. In this terrifying battle, the 8 extreme heavenly diagram was already in danger. However, Long Chen had to kill her. Enough! Xueqi shouted coldly. She did not only have the fire phoenix feather. Just as the two of them were attacking, she executed God's blood boil, and her combat power soared. Although the martial god will could not deal with Long Chen, it could suppress Mo Xiaolang for a short period of time. At this moment, Xueqi's body was shining with an astonishing golden radiance, illuminating the heaven and earth. On her body, 3,000 golden runes appeared. In my name, Xueqi, 3,000 Samsara soldiers. Inheritance, 3,000 Samsara soldiers. They were super generals at the peak of the 3,000 Samsara realm under the martial god. Under Xueqi's execution, the 3,000 runes transformed into 3,000 Samsara soldiers. These were 3,000 super generals wearing armor and wielding golden spears. They were mighty and domineering, and they were exceptionally brave. As soon as they appeared, they repelled the powerful attacks of Long Chen and the sun-devouring direwolf. The 3,000 Samsara soldiers shone with golden light and protected Xueqi within. Their might was terrifying. At this moment, Xueqi had already executed God's blood boil. Golden flames burned, and it possessed a vast might. In my eyes, you are ultimately just an ant that will never amount to anything. The contempt in her eyes had never changed. In her eyes, there was only one true hero, and that was Su Zhen. 3,000 Samsara soldiers, heed my command. Kill this desolate beast. Xueqi casually pointed, and the 3,000 Samsara soldiers swarmed toward the sun-devouring direwolf. The 8 extreme heavenly diagram was once again filled with golden light. At this juncture, Xueqi once again charged toward Long Chen. Long Chen knew that she wouldn't be so easy to kill. No matter what, she was at the peak of the 9th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Among the 72 divine descendants, she could be considered a genius. The hatred and anger that he had suppressed in his heart burst out at this moment. I have no enmity with you, but you forced me into such a situation. From the beginning, he had been restricted by the martial god Ancient City. How could he not feel resentful? Anger burned in his body. This kind of anger transformed into the majestic spiritual refinement fire. This was his ultimate method to resist God's blood boil. The reason why he hadn't used it was because the other party hadn't used God's blood boil either. And now, the time had finally come. A blood-colored inferno divine dragon coiled around Long Chen's body. His eyes flickered with flames, and it was extremely shocking. This was the first time he had unleashed the spiritual refinement fire to such a state. Not only did his combat strength increase crazily, but the spiritual refinement fire even condensed into a true dragon beside him. Roar! In the blink of an eye, Long Chen's strength increased to an astonishing level, far exceeding the increase of God's blood boil. Even Lingxi could do it, so naturally, he could do it too. However, the more he unleashed the spiritual refinement fire to the extreme, he was afraid that he would face the same situation as Lingxi. But he wasn't afraid. He wasn't afraid of dying from exhaustion, but he was afraid of losing. As long as one was alive, one should fight vigorously. Under the heavy humiliation, at this moment, Long Chen roared in his heart. He had completely gone crazy, and his eyes were filled with flames of hatred, shocking Xueqi. Boom! Under his control, the fire phoenix feather attacked violently. At this moment, Long Chen had completely transformed into a peerless battle machine, colliding with Xueqi. Red and golden light collided in a frenzy. The spiritual refinement fire brought Long Chen a battle that surpassed a huge level, allowing him to almost possess nirvana power similar to Xueqi. Therefore, in the battle just now, Xueqi was incomparably shocked to discover that she had actually been beaten back. Such a violent Long Chen, it was as if she had completely lost her human form. Her heart was extremely valiant, but when her opponent surpassed his limits and turned into a true berserk demon, under his powerful attack, Xueqi's heart trembled. Let me tell you, no one can control my life. You father and daughter treat me as a tool. You can look down on me, but you will have to pay the price. How can I allow you to be so unscrupulous? The descendant of a god is nothing in front of me, the divine dragon. Boom! The fire phoenix feather struck the top of Xueqi's head, turning this peerless beauty into charcoal. Her long hair was instantly burned to ashes. Xueqi let out a blood-curdling scream as she was slashed to the ground. On the other side, the 3,000 reincarnation soldiers surrounding the sun-devouring demonic wolf dimmed a little, and they hurriedly returned to rescue him. The sun-devouring demonic wolf took this opportunity to use the 9 underworld's demonic ancestral flame to kill most of the 3,000 reincarnation soldiers. The 3,000 reincarnation soldiers that were charging over were all slashed into two by Long Chen's heavenly slaughtering bloodsword with his violent power. He charged down and landed in front of Xueqi. The divine dragon formed by the spiritual refinement fire coiled around Xueqi's body. Chapter 1803. The Irresistible Spirit Refinement Flame. The divine dragon flame wrapped around Xueqi. Not only did the spirit refinement flame raise Long Chen's cultivation, it was also an attack with unparalleled power. Under the envelopment of the spirit refinement flame, Xueqi was completely defeated. Under the burning of the spirit refinement flame, the god's blood in her body seemed to have met its natural enemy and dissipated. Even the nirvana force was ignited. During this process, Xueqi's face was filled with panic as she struggled with all her might. But what she didn't know was that in her current situation, it was impossible for her to break free. Finally, she saw Long Chen standing in front of her. The flames in his eyes had been extinguished, but that cold gaze made Xueqi tremble in fear. At this moment, she could only be described as ugly. She shook her head and endured the burning of the spirit refinement flame. She struggled and said, "Bastard! You can't escape from my palm." Still stubborn even now, Long Chen didn't plan to let her go. If he let her go, who would let him go? Xueqi's body trembled. She glared at Long Chen with hatred and suddenly laughed. "All right, I admit that I made a mistake and let myself be destroyed in your hands. But don't be happy too early. You will never be able to escape from my father's palm. Even if I die, I will look forward to the day you die of exhaustion." Her faith, her fanaticism, became the reason why Long Chen had no choice but to kill her. He was silent for a moment. He looked at Xueqi and said word by word, "There's something you might not know. Who said the martial demon seed entered my body? I tricked Su Zhen. You believed it too." This sentence caused Xueqi's eyes to widen. Goodbye. If he told her the truth, it would be even more impossible for her to live. More importantly, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. The spirit refinement flame twisted and engulfed Xueqi in an instant. "No. It's not like that." Xueqi's expression was deranged as she let out a scream of disbelief. Her voice came to an abrupt halt as the divine refinement flame burned her into ashes at the last moment. Long Chen had never thought that he would kill both of them here. At this point, he could only say that he was helpless. Even if he didn't offend others, others might still bully him. This could only be called fate. After the spiritual refinement flame subsided, he was in a daze. "Big brother, are you all right?" There were also many wounds on Mo Xiaolong's body. This battle had consumed a lot of energy for the three of them, but their achievements were also very terrifying. They had killed all the warriors at the peak of the 9th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Long Chen smiled and said, "I'm all right. It's just that I don't have much combat power for the time being. I need to rest for a while." He paused for a moment then said, "Prepare to leave." Fortunately, star talismans don't seem to be able to transmit messages in this 8 extreme heavenly diagram. The people of Martial God Ancient City won't think that we killed them. After Xueqi died, the 8 extreme heavenly diagram was in the midst of collapsing. Long Chen brought Mo Xiaolang and rushed out. The smell of blood outside assaulted their nostrils, and the killing intent grew stronger and stronger. However, the elemental spirit arrays decreased a lot. It just so happened to be the time to leave the ancient land of divine wilderness. After letting Mo Xiaolang enter the divine nations, Long Chen recuperated a little. This place was not suitable for him to stay for long, and he was currently in an extremely weak state, so he should leave as soon as possible. Hope was right in front of him. He passed through the mountain peaks and headed in the direction of leaving the ancient land of divine wilderness. Unknowingly, he had a feeling that he was being watched. All of a sudden, Long Chen stopped in his tracks and looked around vigilantly. He had just killed the two sisters of the Su family, and would be able to leave the ancient land of divine wilderness in half a day's time. What was staring at him again? This feeling was very strange. He realized that there seemed to be nothing around him, so he escaped into the river of time. Although this would only make him more tired, he did not believe that the other party would be able to find him like this. Just as he was using the time dragon, a huge creature appeared in front of him. Nian beast. Long Chen could not help but curse. No wonder the other party appeared and disappeared like a ghost, so it was a Nian beast. This was not the two Nian beasts that Long Chen had encountered before. It was neither big nor small, about 10 meters tall, and also had a lifeless expression. The moment it appeared, it used the revolving star passage technique. Although Long Chen had used the time dragon, he was still within the range of the revolving star passage technique. His body was restrained. Long Chen was about to collapse. It was truly a Nian beast's success and a Nian beast's failure. He had escaped because of the Nian beast and was about to leave the ancient land of divine wilderness. Who knew where the Nian beast was going to take him this time? This strange thing seemed to treat using the revolving star passage technique on them as a form of entertainment. Of course, Long Chen did not forget to struggle, but it was useless. The abilities of ancient mutants were very strange. In an instant, the scenery around Long Chen changed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in another world. Menyen beast. No matter how calm Long Chen was, he felt like he was going crazy this time. He was clearly about to leave the ancient land of divine wasteland, but the Nian beast just had to target him at this time. It was purely causing trouble. Who knew where it had transferred him to? The first thing that appeared was the pungent smell of blood. Long Chen suddenly discovered that he had arrived at a battlefield. He was stepping on something soft, and when he looked down, he saw that it was a corpse. He looked around in shock and found that there were more than 30 corpses. Looking at their clothes, they seemed to belong to the same team. That meant that they had come from the same ancient city of divine descendants. But now they were all dead. This team clearly had not experienced the ravages of the Nian beast, but they had all been killed. Although Long Chen didn't want to get involved in their affairs, he still frowned when he saw this situation. How could it be so silent? An entire team was killed. Just who did it, and where did their leader go? That's right. The annihilation of the entire team was a huge blow to the ancient city of divine descendants. In Long Chen's mind, the 72 ancient city of divine descendants was extremely powerful. There was not much power that dared to deal with them like this. The faces of these corpses were filled with fear and confusion before they died. Long Chen checked and found that other than the leader, everyone else had died here, including the 6 deputy leaders. Looking up, this was a barren land. Desolate beasts were wreaking havoc. They had clearly died not long ago. If he stayed here, he might be affected. Let's leave first. He found a direction and moved through the mountains until he found a slightly safer place. He hid in a crack in the mountain wall. The battle with Xueqi had consumed most of his fighting strength. Long Chen spent half a day recuperating before he could barely recover. As for Lingxi, she was still unconscious. Where did this power come from? It actually dared to annihilate the team from the ancient city of divine descendants. What does it have to do with the Nian beast? Long Chen could not figure it out. This matter might have already blown up. I still have to leave the ancient land of divine desolate as soon as possible. I hope I won't meet the Nian beast this time. When he found Xueqi, Long Chen closed the Great Void Realm. When Donghuang Lufeng did not know what happened outside, he asked Donghuang Lufeng to confirm the direction. Big brother, what happened just now? Donghuang Lufeng asked. I encountered a desolate beast and experienced a fierce battle. Then I was brought here by the Nian beast. Long Chen answered casually. Donghuang Lufeng was still young. Seeing how serious Long Chen was, he believed it. After finding the direction, Long Chen, who had more or less recovered, quickened his pace and escaped into the river of time. His current position was relatively close to the divine sea. Even if he escaped at full speed, it would probably take him 2 to 3 days to get out. This time, Long Chen saw a lot of god descendants outside. Most of them were scattered and gathered together in 2s and 3s. They all looked terrified. Most of them were escaping from the pursuit of the desolate beasts or elemental spirit arrays. From what Long Chen felt, it seemed that almost all the teams from the ancient city of divine descendants had been separated by the Nian beast. This caused the ancient land of divine desolate to be filled with people. The originally quiet ancient land of divine desolate was now completely lively. Along the way, Long Chen even saw people from the giant miracle god city. The others were people from other god cities that he did not know. In the ancient land of divine desolate, there were countless treasures and treasures. As he passed by a withered old forest, he suddenly heard the sounds of intense fighting. It seemed like they were fighting for something. Long Chen sensed the aura of the people from the Radiance Divine City. He knew that the people from the Radiance Divine City were definitely looking for him. Demonic blood wings. At this moment, exclamations came from inside. Heavens, a primordial Dao artifact with 63 Dao patterns and a rare type at that. It actually appeared here. Quick, snatch it. In the withered old forest, the sounds of intense fighting could be heard. Generally, a Dao artifact with more than 45 Dao patterns would be in the possession of a Samsara realm warrior. Lingxi had a Dao artifact with 80 Dao patterns and could be considered to be a treasure. 63 Dao patterns meant that it was also a relatively rare treasure. Long Chen roughly understood the fighting strength of the people fighting for it. Therefore, he immediately deviated from the route and entered the forest with the time-roaming dragon. He did not need to hide at all, and it was difficult for others to find him. In the forest, 2 teams were fighting. 3 of them were from the Radiance Divine City and 2 were from other god cities. The battle was extremely intense. In the depths of the forest, there was a blood-colored altar. On the altar, there was a blood-colored skeleton pillar. On the pillar, there was a pair of blood-colored wings wrapped around the iron chains. It looked old, but in fact, it was quite astonishing. After being wiped by them, one could see that the pair of blood-colored wings were filled with dense Dao patterns. A wing-shaped Dao artifact was indeed very rare. Long Chen suddenly thought of Su Yuji's Jialan Yu. Chapter 1804. If this heavenly demon bloodwings could help increase his speed, then Long Chen could take a look at it. A primordial Dao tool with 63 Dao patterns was already very rare. Although it couldn't compare to Lingxi's 8 major celestial swords, it was indeed the strongest Dao tool that Long Chen had seen apart from the 8 major celestial swords. It was no wonder that the eyes of the 5 people present were bloodshot for the heavenly demon bloodwings. They were completely crazy. These 5 people might not be weaker than Su Yu Yao. The strongest among them should be at the 9th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Of course, he had just reached that level not long ago and wasn't at the same level as Su Yuji. Long Chen quietly watched the situation unfold. In the distance, the heavenly demon bloodwings emitted a faint light, like a ghostly face, sweeping over the 5 people who were fighting. This Dao tool indeed gave Long Chen a feeling of palpitation. Perhaps others simply couldn't control these evil Dao tools, and might even be affected by them. However, Long Chen's bloodline was too strong, so this problem shouldn't exist. After a battle, the Radiance Divine City lost 1 person, while the other 2 were killed. The remaining 2 people from the Radiance Divine City, one of which was a silver-haired young man. 4th brother, this is great. We obtained the heavenly demon bloodwings, and our strength has greatly increased. In the future, our status in the family will also greatly improve. The other youth said with a fanatical look in his eyes. What do you mean we obtained the heavenly demon bloodwings? I obtained the heavenly demon bloodwings. It has nothing to do with you, trash. The silver-haired young man coldly looked at him and warned him before going to retrieve the heavenly demon bloodwings. The youth who was warned by him recognized the reality and fearfully accepted the other party's warning. Just as the other party turned to retrieve the heavenly demon bloodwings, his eyes suddenly burst out with a cold light, and the battle axe in his hand unexpectedly chopped towards the silver-haired young man. Rip. The silver-haired young man coldly smiled. When the other party attacked, he moved even faster. His eyes shot out 2 platinum-colored rays of light, piercing into the other party's eyes. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere. The youth whose eyes were destroyed howled in pain, but the silver-haired young man turned a deaf ear, snatched the other party's battle axe, and instantly took the youth's life. "You want to fight me? You're still too inexperienced." The silver-haired young man laughed disdainfully. He kicked the youth's corpse away and turned around to retrieve the heavenly demon Bloodwings. The moment he turned around, he saw a stranger suddenly appear and grab the heavenly demon Bloodwings. Ah! The silver-haired young man took a step back in fright. Just as he was about to attack, he saw Long Chen's appearance and laughed in disbelief. "So it's you. Everyone in Radiant's Divine City has been tracking your whereabouts. I didn't expect you to appear in front of me and even want to snatch my heavenly demon Bloodwings. Hand over the golden horn of the ancient Buddha turtle and the Radiance Goddess, and I'll spare your life." With one hand, Long Chen resisted the strong evil thoughts from the heavenly demon Bloody Wings. With the other hand, he held the god-slaying sword. Without saying a word, he launched a terrifying attack on the other party. Compared to the time when they were fighting over the golden horn of the ancient Buddha tortoise, Long Chen had clearly grown stronger. Under his powerful attacks, his opponent was forced to retreat. Radiance Battle Spear. During the fierce battle, his opponent took out Dao treasures one after another. However, they were all easily destroyed by Long Chen's god-slaying sword. The god-slaying sword was getting stronger and stronger, and the Dao treasures it could destroy were also getting stronger. When Long Chen hung the god-slaying sword on his opponent's neck, he had destroyed a total of 4 Dao treasures. The Dao patterns on the god-slaying sword soared from 28 to 35. The power and killing intent it contained was getting more and more terrifying. Complete defeat. The silver-haired young man trembled as he looked at the indifferent Long Chen. His attitude changed drastically as he pleaded with tears in his eyes. "I beg you, please don't kill me. I won't tell anyone about my encounter with you. Sorry, I only believe in myself." This kind of person wasn't worth trusting. Long Chen had experienced many things, so he naturally wouldn't be fooled by him. Seeing that he couldn't fool Long Chen, the other party flew into a rage and threatened, "My Radiant's Divine City is the #1 city in the south. Our battle strength is 3 times that of your martial god ancient city. If you dare to kill me, my Radiant's Divine City will definitely flatten your martial god ancient city and let you die without a burial place." However, Long Chen smiled and said, "First, you don't have that much power. Second, even if everyone in the martial god ancient city dies, what does it have to do with me?" When the other party was at his most infuriated, Long Chen had already sent him to the next world. This world is really cruel. He had no choice but to kill for his own safety. Of course, the person he killed was the kind that would even kill his own brother for the sake of treasures. If such a person were to continue living in this world, he would only cause greater harm. Long Chen took away the heavenly demon Bloodwings. As he left, he pondered. His nirvana force entered the world of the heavenly demon Bloodwings, where there were countless blood-colored bats. It was a dark and filthy place. When his nirvana force invaded this place, those blood-colored bats frantically resisted, and the dark power of the heavenly demon Bloodwings also invaded Long Chen's body. Scram! Long Chen's nirvana force transformed into a blood-colored divine dragon, scaring those blood-colored bats for a moment. Although it was a primordial Dao artifact with 63 Dao patterns, and it was difficult for Long Chen to fully control it with his current strength, he could at least subdue those bats and allow Long Chen to understand how to operate the heavenly fiend Bloodwings. 2 hours later, a pair of bewitching blood-colored wings appeared behind Long Chen. On the wings, blood-colored runes flickered, and there were vaguely bloodthirsty bats hidden within, filled with endless killing intent. The heavenly demon Bloodwings could attack and defend. Its greatest use was to increase one's speed. Long Chen gently flapped this pair of heavenly demon Bloodwings, and his speed instantly soared several times. He was originally at the 9th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, but after using the heavenly demon Bloodwings, his speed instantly reached the standard of the Rebirth Tribulation Realm. A blood-colored shadow whizzed past. This explosive speed brought about an astonishing change to Long Chen. If he relied on the heavenly demon Bloodwings, he would probably be able to completely traverse the ancient divine desolate land in less than a day. It really is a good thing. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. However, he didn't dare to show off. Controlling the heavenly demon Bloodwings, Long Chen advanced on the ground. When he encountered people, he would use the time-roaming dragon. Along the way, there was no obstruction. At this rate, leaving the ancient divine desolate land would not be a problem at all. In the endless wilderness, the roars of giant beasts could be heard. When the disciples of the 72 divine descendants arrived, it was completely chaotic. The smell of blood was everywhere, and there were bloodstains everywhere. Unknown assassins roamed the ancient divine desolate land, and from time to time, there would be people from the ancient divine desolate land dying. The elemental spirit array wreaked havoc, and night fell once again. The blood-yellow aura of desolation rose, and the aura of the great desolate land assaulted one's face. Primordial species appeared, and the killing intent was awe-inspiring. In the dark night, there would occasionally be a few screams. Long Chen left. The heavenly demon Bloodwings brought him great convenience. Following the route that Donghuang Lufeng pointed, Long Chen got closer and closer to the ancient divine desolate land. He also sealed the great void realm to prevent this unfamiliar youth from knowing too many of his secrets. However, he still had a feeling of unease. Where exactly is the problem? Long Chen broke into a seemingly quiet forest. Poisonous insects swam in the forest, but they couldn't detect Long Chen's existence. It should be the assassins behind the scenes that I don't know if they exist. It was the existence that killed the entire ancient divine descendants team. The Nian beast's rampage was definitely related to them. Long Chen vaguely felt that he had accidentally entered a trap. At this moment, a lake appeared in front of him. The lake water was still clear, and there was no aura of giant beasts in the lake. However, Long Chen was still not at ease, so he chose to pass by the lake. Come back. Suddenly, a soft, extremely numbing voice sounded in his ear. Long Chen's body quivered. Just as he was about to accelerate with the heavenly demon Bloodwings, a pink barrier appeared in front of him. He slashed with the god-slaying sword, but the pink barrier was like hard cotton, bouncing him back and landing on the lake. Long Chen's heart trembled. He couldn't help but realize that even if he exhausted all his strength, he might not be able to open this pink barrier. Furthermore, he was still using the time-roaming dragon, which meant that the other party was a peerless expert. However, she shouldn't have anything to do with Su Xilan. Long Chen didn't panic. He gave up resisting and turned around, only to see that the originally calm lake surface was now rippling. In the dark night, a woman wearing a pink chiffon swam out of the lake, staring at him with a pair of pink eyes. They seemed gentle, but in fact, they were full of coldness. This was a charming woman. Long Chen had never seen a woman with such charm. Even the heart of the city lord of the wronged, the blue-haired woman of the Spirit of Life clan, was not even 1/10 as charming as this woman. Her figure was extremely enchanting. The pink chiffon on her body had been soaked by the lake water, and her breasts were faintly visible. The majestic peaks on her chest were delicate and tender, with 2 spots of redness. Her lower abdomen was smooth, and her waist was like a snake. Although half of her buttocks were submerged in the water, one could still see that they were tall and straight. Water droplets slowly slid down, revealing her amazing curves. Her long hair was coiled up, and the lake water dripped down. There were still water droplets on her delicate nose. Her red and tender lips were tender and beautiful, and the tip of her tongue was faintly visible, evoking primitive desires. Her eyes were crystal clear, as if they could speak, full of endless emotions. Such a woman suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen. In terms of beauty, this woman was definitely at the top level. It could be said that she was a natural beauty, a natural evildoer. No matter where she was, there would inevitably be countless men going crazy for her. However, for Long Chen, there was no one more attractive than Lingxi. This woman had brought him an unprecedented crisis. He took a deep breath, but on her body, he felt a magical aura. He subconsciously said, "You are a demon." Yes, it was the aura of a demon. Just as Long Chen finished speaking, the woman walked out of the lake. Behind her, Long Chen was shocked to find that there were 9 pink foxtails swaying seductively behind her. Each foxtail seemed to be alive, with a myriad of different shapes and disorderly spread out, causing one to feel intoxicated and hallucinated. She must be a demon. In the Eternal God Realm, the Demon God Realm and the Dragon God Realm were enemies that would not rest until one side was dead. Chapter 1805. This woman looked young, but to be able to participate in such an absolutely important operation, even related to the war between the Dragon God Domain and the Demon God Domain, her age was definitely not what she looked like. Perhaps she was an old monster even older than Su Xilan. At this time, the other party stretched out her hand, and a graceful and luxurious red robe was draped over her body, embroidered with a full moon pattern, accentuating the woman's charm. Although she was foxy, her eyes were very cold, like a real god looking down on mortals. However, her attitude was not overbearing, and there was an unfathomable sly smile on her face. Long Chen was very curious why she stopped him. Just as he was puzzled, the other party spoke in a soft, numbing voice, almost like a spoiled child. She said, "You imprisoned a member of my demon race?" Long Chen knew the reason. A great demon race expert like her could certainly distinguish the difference between wild beasts and real demon race, so when Long Chen passed by, she felt the presence of Mo Xiaolang. Generally speaking, this kind of unpredictable woman was the most terrifying, so Long Chen did not dare to provoke this kind of woman, so he hurriedly said, "Senior, I did not imprison him. He is my brother, but I was afraid of being discovered, so I stayed in the Divine Kingdom." The other party rolled her eyes, but even such an action was charming and cute. She said, "Don't call me senior, the next time you call me old, I will directly take your life." Long Chen nodded quickly. The other party said in surprise, "You said that the demon race is your brother?" In this world where the demon race and the human race were like fire and water, this kind of situation was quite rare, so it was no wonder that the fox girl was so strange. Long Chen nodded. In the Divine Kingdom, Mo Xiaolang knew that when encountering such a person, he had to show up. He transformed into human form and came out of Long Chen's Divine Kingdom. The two stood together, their eyes in tacit understanding, and their equally handsome appearance. There was no need to explain to know that they were on the same side. "This is strange." The fox girl propped up her chin with her hand and revealed a very distressed expression. She circled around the two and said, "Little guy, what kind of wolf race are you? How come I've never seen you before?" Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other. This demonic race senior must be extremely powerful, but at least for now, she had not shown any malice. She had seen a lot of things, and there were basically no secrets that could be hidden from her. Mo Xiaolang said straightforwardly, "Sun-devouring demon wolf." The fox girl giggled and was dumbfounded. She said, "Are you trying to trick me? How come I've never heard of the sun-devouring demon wolf before? She looks very attractive when she smiles." Mo Xiaolang said, "I'm the only one in the clan. It's normal that you don't know." The sun-devouring fiend wolf was something that only existed in legends in the 3 imperial domains. Apparently, it had died prematurely, and hadn't grown to Mo Xiaolang's level. Of course, the Eternal Life God domain didn't have a sun-devouring fiend wolf, which was why Yang Qi had never heard of it. "Oh!" The fox girl looked at him with interest. She said in surprise, "Amazing, it's actually a variant bloodline. It was originally weak, but it grew to such a level." The more she spoke, the more surprised she became, as if she had picked up a treasure. Long Chen had a bad feeling. The other party said, "Your variant bloodline is not bad, but it hasn't been fully developed. Follow me back to the demonic god domain, and let me study it." She revealed a loving gaze as she walked around Mo Xiaolang, and from time to time, she would smile proudly. Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen looked at each other. What they were worried about had really happened. Without waiting for Mo Xiaolang to agree, the fox girl's gaze shifted to Long Chen. She then smiled and said, "This human, I accidentally let him see my demonic race identity. In order to prevent him from snitching, I can only kill him first." As soon as these words came out, Mo Xiaolang's expression changed. He stood in front of Long Chen and said, "If you kill him, I will definitely kill you." Hearing this, the fox girl first put on a straight face, then suddenly giggled. She leaned back and forth, her breasts surging, extremely charming. Her face was rosy, and her 9 pink fox tails trembled. She said, "What 2 cute children, this grand aunt is just joking with you. Don't worry, I won't touch him, but you should come back to the demonic god domain with me. You are still young, staying in the human race's territory is too dangerous." She originally thought that Mo Xiaolang would immediately agree, but she didn't expect that after hearing this, Mo Xiaolang would gently shake his head. He said, "I will travel together with Big Brother, I don't want to be separated from him. I will also protect myself. No matter what, please don't make things difficult for us." Seeing their sincere expressions, the fox girl suddenly became angry and said, "What's going on with you guys, clinging to each other, your taste? Could it be that you all like men, damn?" She revealed an incomparably disgusted expression, gently patting her full chest, trying to calm herself down. Long Chen and Long Chen were suddenly speechless. They were all men of steel. There was absolutely no such thing as that kind of strange thing. Mo Xiaolang said, "It's not as dirty as you think, it's just that we brothers are used to traveling together, so we don't want to be separated, that's all." The fox girl was skeptical. "It's really not, but I feel that besides being lovers, there is no relationship between us, so there is a need to separate." "I don't care. This grand aunt has decided to bring you back to the demonic god domain. Do you dare to disobey my orders?" This matter was really hard for Long Chen to talk to. His mind was very clear that the reason this woman could speak to him like this was entirely because of Mo Xiaolang's mutated bloodline. She was a supreme elder of the demonic god domain, so he couldn't contradict her like Mo Xiaolang. Therefore, if he wanted to pass through this ordeal, he would have to rely on Mo Xiaolang himself. In the face of the fox girl's coercion, Mo Xiaolang still decisively shook his head and said, "I said, no matter what the reason is, there is no need for me to separate from my big brother." This made the fox girl angry. She said, "Little fellow, this grand aunt is protecting you because you are my fellow monster race compatriot. If you stay in this human territory, no matter how well you hide, there will come a day when you will die without a burial. I am doing this for your own good. If you don't leave, sooner or later you will kill your brother. What I said is the truth. Don't you believe me? How many young monster race children can live well in human territory?" With regards to this point, Long Chen and the fox girl did not have much to say. Long Chen's original goal was to go to a place where the dragon god region and the demon divine region intersected. There were humans and monster race there. Therefore, he said, "When I leave the ancient land of divine wilderness, I will head to the place where the dragon god region and the demon divine region intersect. This sister's concern, we will accept it. I can guarantee that nothing will happen to my brother." "Oh, your thoughts are too naive. The ancient land of divine wilderness has been sealed by my monster race. Do you really think you can escape?" The other party was very satisfied with being addressed as sister, so she revealed a piece of news that made Long Chen feel helpless. Indeed, the monster race was making a big move. Mo Xiaolang said with some embarrassment, "Can't you make an exception? We just want to leave this place." "No." The fox girl glared at him, her eyes darting around as she said, "You stubborn little thing, I have to make you follow me back to the monster race willingly. As for your idea, it might not work. Even in that kind of area, where the human race and the monster race fight every day, a good seedling of the monster race will be wasted by you sooner or later." It wasn't easy for me to find a good seedling. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were speechless. Actually, Long Chen had thought that it might not be a good thing for Mo Xiaolang to follow him. Moreover, he was getting stronger and stronger. Instead of following him in the Dragon God region and being a street rat, it was better to let him go to his own world and develop rapidly, just like in the Desolate Emperor region. Mo Xiaolang should also have his own life. It was just that they had just arrived in the eternal divine domain, so they were even more eager to fight side by side. But sometimes reality was cruel. For example, the hatred between the monster race and the human race did not exist in the dragon sacrificial continent, but it was so severe in the eternal divine domain. Long Chen could not be blamed for this. Mo Xiaolang was willing to live this kind of life. This was the meaning of his life. Of course, Long Chen would not give up so easily. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not let others control his life. For now, this fox girl did not force him too much. At this moment, she seemed to have thought of a brilliant idea. She smiled slyly and stared at Mo Xiaolang, causing his hair to stand on end. Then she pretended to be mysterious and said, "I was kind enough to show you a way out, but you don't know what's good for you. I will let you understand that the human race's territory is not suitable for you to live in. Go and experience what their attitude towards the real monster race is." She stretched out her hand, and a wonderful change happened to Mo Xiaolang's body. Long Chen felt that the majestic monster chi was unstoppable from Mo Xiaolang's body. It was even denser than the fox girl's. It was as if some kind of shackle on Mo Xiaolang had been unlocked. Hee, this is just a little trick of mine. This kind of monster chi, no matter where you put it, you can't hide it. You two hateful little fellows. You don't know what's good for you. Let's see how the human race tortures you too. At that time, I will wait for you two to beg me to bring you, the sun-devouring demonic wolf, back to the demon divine domain. She was very proud of her brilliant idea. Amidst the numbing laughter, the fox girl suddenly disappeared. The surroundings returned to their original state. The lake was very quiet. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other. This is bad. They realized that Mo Xiaolang's demonic aura couldn't be concealed no matter how hard they tried. Even in the great virtual realm, his demonic aura was still majestic. Even Long Chen himself could feel it, let alone the experts in the reincarnation realm. This hateful guy. Mo Xiaolang was so angry that his face turned ashen. Big brother, what should we do? Long Chen could no longer think about this problem. This was because when Mo Xiaolang released his monster qi, there were already people who felt the commotion here. In an instant, many experts rushed over. Chapter 1800. It's the new year. Let me recommend a book to everyone, The Strongest Sword God. With a sword in hand, if the heavens go against me, then I will kill the heavens. Chapter 1806. After experiencing the strange methods of the demon race's vixen, the changes in Mo Xiaolang's body were truly astonishing. With such a surging demonic aura, it brought great danger to Long Chen. He had already tried it, but even with the time-roaming dragon, the dense demonic aura still lingered for a long time. And at this moment, in the blink of an eye, the demon race's vixen disappeared. Seeing that someone was already heading in their direction, the two of them made a prompt decision to leave this place first. When Long Chen used the heavenly demon bloodwings alone, his speed was at the standard of a samsara tribulation realm warrior. This terrifying speed allowed him to transform into a blood-colored whirlwind and leave the forest at an extremely fast speed. But even so, that astonishing demonic aura was still being released. The vixen was a demon race almighty, and the methods she used were truly terrifying. Vaguely, Long Chen had already sensed that human experts had caught up. In the divine nation, Mo Xiaolang said rather anxiously, Big brother, the changes in my body can't be changed no matter what. I can't hide it. What should we do? That damned demoness. Isn't she teasing us? Long Chen said calmly, her goal is to make you retreat in the face of difficulties. Let's get rid of the pursuers first. The blood-colored whirlwind quickly disappeared. This speed was absolutely astonishing. If it was in the dragon sacrificial continent, Long Chen could travel to the end of the dragon sacrificial continent in a short period of time if he used the heavenly demon bloodwings. After all, it was a collapsing world. In the blink of an eye, someone chased out of the forest. A samsara tribulation realm expert. Long Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the person who was chasing him at high speed. At this moment, there was a commotion in front of him. Two figures came out of the dark mountain range and said in surprise, Demon race, you dare to come to my ancient land of divine wilderness of the human race. You must be executed. Long Chen had never seen the resentment the people of the dragon god domain had towards the demon race. Now he finally witnessed it. There were a total of 2 groups of people chasing after him. The 2 people behind him quickly showed themselves. Long Chen was shocked to find that they were Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo from the martial god ancient city. They were both the top figures of the younger generation of the martial god ancient city, the new Gemini stars. The 2 people in front of him were no strangers. They were 2 rebirth tribulation realm youths from Radiance Divine City, a man and a woman. The man had short golden hair and blue eyes. He was tall, handsome, and powerful. The woman was similarly beautiful. She wore a snow-white robe, and her movements were swift and fierce. Her eyes were arrogant. Mo Xiaolang's transformation had actually attracted the attention of 4 samsara realm youths in a short period of time. These people were the pinnacle super experts of the new generation in the Dragon God region. Originally, Long Chen would not have been able to recognize such people. After discovering that it was Long Chen, they were also very surprised. Isn't that the little fellow that third uncle acknowledged? Why does he have such a majestic demonic aura? Maybe it's because the elders in his divine nation have taught us that we must kill the demon race on sight. This little fellow is running around everywhere. I don't know what secrets he has, but we can't let him escape. On the other side, the eyes of the 2 young martial artists from Radiance Divine City lit up when they saw Long Chen. The goddess of light is in his divine nation. We must capture him and kill that demon race. Their ruthless performance made Long Chen realize how great the hatred of the human race for the demon race was in the Dragon God region. They could kill him on the spot without asking for a reason. In that case, the demon race fox girl was not trying to intimidate Long Chen. With no way forward and pursuers behind, Long Chen immediately changed his line of defense. The heavenly demon blood wings fluttered wildly, propelling him forward quickly. The two groups of people behind him had almost converged and also saw each other. Both sides wanted to capture Long Chen. For a moment, they hated each other and secretly competed. Strange, how can his speed be so fast? With his nirvana power, he's roughly at the level of the earth fiend heart demon tribulation. It's impossible for him to do this. Soon, they discovered that the reason why Long Chen could be so fast was because of the heavenly demon blood wings, an ancient Tao artifact. Only then did they understand. In fact, if not for Mo Xiaolong's transformation, Long Chen could completely shake them off with his time-roaming dragon. Big brother, I'll swallow this. Mo Xiaolong looked at the fire phoenix feather. This was the real treasure. After defeating Xueqi, Long Chen had given the fire phoenix feather to Mo Xiaolong. The reason why he hadn't devoured it yet was because Mo Xiaolong's progress was too fast and he needed to suppress it. Secondly, it was because the ancient divine desolate land was not safe. They had originally planned to steadily increase their strength after leaving. The fire phoenix feather was a feather left behind by a divine beast and it was alive. It contained the imprint of the fire phoenix. The golden red fire phoenix flame was countless times more precious than the hell star flame star beast's hell star flame. To Mo Xiaolong, it could be said to be an extreme temptation. This kind of divine flame could completely allow Mo Xiaolong's sun-devouring demon wolf body to undergo a terrifying transformation. From the looks of it, this was the only way out. In fact, if there was a quiet opportunity for Mo Xiaolong to digest the fire phoenix feather in peace, it would naturally be the best thing. However, they had reached the point where every bit of combat power was extremely important. When Mo Xiaolong asked, Long Chen hesitated for a moment before nodding. Mo Xiaolong immediately transformed into the sun-devouring demon wolf body and bit the fire phoenix imprint. In the struggle, he used the sun-devouring demon wolf supreme divine power to swallow the fire phoenix feather into his stomach. In an instant, golden red flames covered his body. He was in extreme torment, and the terrifying power even made Long Chen's divine kingdom unable to withstand it. Long Chen gritted his teeth and tried his best to provide a peaceful environment for Mo Xiaolong to complete this transformation. Under the raging demonic aura, the four young experts pursued relentlessly. They even used star talismans to send messages. In the blink of an eye, a large number of experts dared to come in this direction. Su Xilan must have also received the news. If he continued to pursue like this, he would only fall into the trap. Long Chen's mind moved, and he suddenly stopped. And at this time, the four young experts immediately arrived in front of him. The two of them were originally competing, but when Long Chen stopped, one of the two from Light Divine City stopped Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo, while the other grabbed towards Long Chen. Save me! Long Chen's expression was calm. He activated the heavenly demon blood wings, escaped the Samsara Tribulation Realm expert's grasp, and fled towards Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo. That expert immediately chased after him. Because of Long Chen's "save me," the two from Light Divine City, who didn't know their relationship, immediately became anxious. They launched a strong attack on Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo, wanting to defeat them and snatch Long Chen. The people from Light Divine City were even more arrogant. They might not even care about the outstanding experts from War God Ancient City. Long Chen cleverly used a little trick to make them really entangled together. The two groups of people fought in an abyss of suffering, and Long Chen took advantage of this opportunity to launch his strongest speed, burrowing into the distant mountains. Giant beasts wandered in the forest, and the aura of the demon race also alarmed them. However, they hated the human race the most. Facing the demon race, these wild beasts didn't have any reaction, and let Long Chen leave. In this way, Long Chen successfully escaped the pursuit of the four. When they stopped fighting, Long Chen was long gone, and they could only follow the scent left behind by the demon race. Seeing that Mo Xiaolong had already entered a state of absorption after devouring the fire phoenix feather, Long Chen felt more at ease. Although the two brothers encountered many hardships in the eternal life divine domain, Long Chen really didn't want to encounter the situation that the fox girl described. In the end, they could only rely on fate. Fate is broken by strength. I don't believe that I, a dignified ancestral dragon warrior, can't even protect my brother. This reality made Long Chen feel a little resentful. He continued to shuttle through the forest, changing his route here and there until it was impossible for the four to catch up. But Mo Xiaolong's existence still made him seem like a star in the night sky, visible to everyone. Long Qinglan didn't give him the strongest bloodline, so he had been using the ancestral dragon's blood essence to fight against fate. Not yielding. Not admitting defeat. At this point, he had already honed the most tenacious will. Perhaps this was what Long Qinglan wanted him to understand. Those who started cultivating from the god martial realm would never understand the hardships of cultivation. Late at night, the aura of desolation surged. The great wilderness trembled slightly. This was an ancient continent that was rarely visited by humans. Mo Xiaolang had completely entered a state of absorption, fighting the remaining will of the fire phoenix feather for the last time. Long Chen. In the night sky, a hoarse but young voice came like a nightmare. Long Chen's body trembled. What was going to come had come, and he couldn't avoid it no matter what. But he hoped that he didn't know that he killed his two sisters. The primordial demon dragon, perhaps the primordial demon, hid in the night and came quietly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Long Chen. For the first time, the tall and burly man in black looked at Long Chen with his bright black eyes. Long Chen stopped. Su Mukin. Although he hadn't reached the reincarnation realm, in Long Chen's perception, he was actually stronger than Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo. Although he was a man of few words, he was the one that Long Chen feared the most among the youths in the battle god ancient city. The wind surged, and his cloak fluttered. Return to the main team with me. We're almost there. Also, you seem to have brought the demon clan with you. Kill them on the spot, or they will bring you great trouble. He wasn't overbearing, but spoke to Long Chen in a friendly manner. It seemed that he didn't know that Long Chen had killed his two sisters. If he went back, he wouldn't be able to escape Su Zhen's control. Unfolding the demonic blood wings, Long Chen didn't say anything and once again risked his life. He pushed his speed to the limit and disappeared in front of Su Mukin in the blink of an eye. Su Mukin shook his head helplessly. His figure disappeared in the darkness. His speed was so terrifying that it surpassed Su Tianyuan and Long Chen in all aspects. Swish! Two figures dashed at high speed. Half an hour later, Su Mukin appeared in front of Long Chen. He stretched out his hands, and black demonic aura boiled and spread out, forming a demonic barrier that completely enveloped Long Chen. This was a demonic barrier similar to the demonic tree. Chapter 1807. Su Mu Chen's nirvana energy was extremely similar to the city lord of the Wrong's demonic aura. There was only a slight difference. The difference was that Su Mu Chen was a primordial demonic dragon, while the city lord of the Wronged was a demon that had escaped the nirvana tribulation. The demonic barrier surged like waves that instantly swept out. From the fact that Su Mu Chen could obstruct Long Chen, it could be seen that he was stronger than Su Tianyuan and the rest. This mysterious and cold man silently stood in front of Long Chen, blocking Long Chen's path. Long Chen's cultivation was only at the 4th Nirvana Tribulation Realm, while his opponent was at the 9th Nirvana Tribulation Realm. The difference was too great. Long Chen's bloodline should be stronger. When the two of them met, it was like a tiger's cub meeting a wild dog's cub. When the tiger grew to the highest realm, the wild dog naturally wouldn't be its opponent. But right now, Long Chen stopped. Since Su Mu Chen was blocking his path, then he could only fight with his life on the line. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any hope when the others arrived. Long Chen didn't believe in fate. He only believed in his own struggle. If he gave in, he would never forgive himself. A man would definitely meet a stronger man in his life. The difference was that Long Chen would never admit defeat. Behind him, the demonic blood wings fiercely flapped and a bloody aura filled the air. On his body, dense blood-colored scales covered his entire body. The barbs that belonged to the primordial blood spiritual dragon pierced out, turning him into a peerless killing machine. Seeing his appearance, Su Mu Chen lightly knitted his brows. His body was covered in black dragon scales and a torrential demonic aura surrounded him. The two divine dragons, one red and one black, were facing off against each other as if they were fated rivals. The power of the primordial demonic dragon brought great pressure to Long Chen. There was a terrifying primordial demonic beast hidden in his body. That huge heart seemed to be able to fill up the entire world, unleashing a shocking amount of vitality. Truth be told, Su Mukin was even more shocked in his heart. To him, Long Chen was just a baby, a young dragon. But why did he feel a suppression from his bloodline? He already had such a standard at such a young age, so how terrifying would he be when he grew up? The primordial demonic dragon was already a super mystical dragon. Then, was Long Chen just a super mystical dragon? Su Mu Chen buried this doubt in his heart. Don't waste your efforts. The current you is still too young. It would be an unfair victory for me to defeat you. Su Mu Chen said solemnly. He was open and above board. If they weren't enemies, this person might have become his good friend. Long Chen didn't have time to talk nonsense with him. Since we walk different paths, we can't work together. Finishing his words, he had already firmed his resolve to fight. He was carrying Lingxi's safety and Mo Xiaolong's fate. He couldn't be intercepted at this moment. This was the motivation in his heart. The motivation of a man. He wouldn't think about the gap between him and Su Mu Chen. There was only a belief in his heart, and that was responsibility for those that he cared about. The spiritual refinement flame blazed. Long Chen was completely enveloped in the spiritual refinement flame. His cultivation and aura started to grow at a terrifying rate. Even his divine might as an ancestral dragon had brought pressure to Su Mu Chen. This little fellow. As he thought about it, Long Chen had already pushed the spiritual refinement flame to the limits. The demonic bloodwings flapped and a crimson beam shot towards Su Mu Chen. What a shocking dragon might. Just what kind of dragon is this? A slaughter system. Could it be from the Slaughter Dragon City? Su Mu Chen did not make a sound as a torrential demonic aura swept out from his black dragon scales. The entire demonic barrier was under his control. Ryep! The spiritual refinement flame flew over. The black and red dragons unleashed a shocking attack in their human forms. In an instant, the demonic barrier caused rocks to fly and the ground to shatter. Long Chen had dug out his strength to the limits, but his opponent was as deep as the ocean. Rumble! Wherever the two swords passed, the rocks would shatter. Although the primordial spiritual blood dragon was young, its king's aura had suppressed the primordial demonic dragon. However, the power of the primordial demonic dragon was too great. Break! Under Su Mu Chen's control, the demonic aura swept towards Long Chen and easily repelled Long Chen. Su Mu Chen wasn't in the mood to fight with Long Chen. He just wanted to capture Long Chen and bring Long Chen back. It was a gap of 5 nirvana tribulations. Long Chen's true realm was, in fact, the most shocking thing. In this world, only the ancestral dragon could fight against the 9th nirvana tribulation realm Su Yuji when he was at the 4th nirvana tribulation realm. Now, he was still fighting against the primordial demonic dragon, who was at the reincarnation tribulation realm. So powerful. Long Chen was immersed in a bloody world. No matter how he attacked, his opponent was like an endless fortress, easily forcing him back. This was not out of Long Chen's expectations. A high-level dragon warrior was much stronger than a deity's bloodline. The stronger Su Mu Chen was, the more excited Long Chen felt. Boom! Su Mu Chen's opponent took out a black halberd and clashed with Long Chen's twin swords. The battle became even more intense, and Su Mu Chen started to get serious. Although Long Chen's primordial blood spiritual dragons will made him feel extremely uncomfortable, Long Chen's divine dragon body was too young. Su Mu Chen could rely on his absolute strength to suppress Long Chen, who had unleashed the god-refining flame. You're too young. Just give up. Su Mu Chen's dignified voice resounded. Long Chen turned a deaf ear to Su Mu Chen's words as he attacked again and again, stimulating the wild blood in his heart. This level of battle was greatly beneficial to his comprehension of the Tao of slaughter. The true martial emperor's soul left behind by the city lord of the wrong death was also his record of the Tao of battle, which was also a great help to Long Chen. His entire body was in a soaring state, and it was becoming more and more shocking. At this moment, in the Divine Kingdom, Mo Xiaolang devoured the fire energy of the fiery phoenix feather, causing his strength to soar. He was the nemesis of fire, and the primordial treasure had greatly benefited him. When the massive amount of fire energy was converted into nirvana energy, Mo Xiaolang had successfully faced his 7th nirvana tribulation, the heavenly dipper curse. To others, this was the 8th nirvana tribulation. It wasn't suitable to undergo the tribulation in the Divine Kingdom. During the battle, Long Chen called the sun-devouring demonic wolf out of the Divine Kingdom and faced Su Mu Chen by himself. He had to admit that he wasn't Su Mu Chen's opponent, so he could only wait for Mo Xiaolang to break through the heavenly dipper curse before the two of them could fight together. Long Chen wasn't a weakling, at least for the time being, even Sumu Chen couldn't do anything to him. So the desolate beast that you've been bringing along is from the demon clan. The demon clan is the enemy of our human race. Anyone that enters the dragon god domain of our human race will definitely die. We can't allow the demon clan to swagger through the streets. Long Chen, I'll give you a chance to personally kill this demon clan. Otherwise, you will be blamed for betraying your ancestors, harboring enemies, and betraying your country. Under the harsh punishment, you will definitely die. Sumu Chen's voice resounded as he fought. Long Chen still hadn't heard a single word from him. The battle between the two of them had already reached the climax. Even if Long Chen's spiritual refining flames made the other party fearful, the latter had gradually increased the strength of his attacks and the blood-red dragon was constantly being pushed back. At the same time, Long Chen had also suffered a huge impact. You're not my opponent. Sumu Chen had suppressed him and pushed him back, causing Long Chen's blood and aura to roll. Sumu Chen threw Long Chen aside and charged towards Mo Xiaolang, who was undergoing his tribulation. Just when he was about to make a move, Long Chen suddenly appeared before him. Despite his injuries, there wasn't any change in Long Chen's expression. It was sincere and hot-blooded. At this moment, it's impossible for him to take a step back. Sumu Chen said in a low voice, "Get out of my way. I'm helping you solve your problem. Do you want to be tortured to death?" Long Chen gritted his teeth and said word by word without hesitation, "This is my brother. I don't know what you're talking about, and I'm not interested. I only know one thing. I'll take the life of anyone who dares to touch him. As long as I'm not dead, he must die." Looking at his blood-red eyes and determined gaze, Sumu Chen knew that he wasn't joking. He was serious, extremely serious. Sumu Chen's gaze turned cold. "Stubborn fool. I'm doing my best to accommodate you because we're both martial artists of the dragon domain. But don't touch my bottom line. The demon race must die." His gaze was awe-inspiring. He was definitely not joking. Even someone like him was so concerned about the demon race. Clearly, the demon race's foxgirl was telling the truth. With Long Chen's current strength, there was no way he could protect Mo Xiaolang. If he allowed him to stay in the dragon god domain, he would sooner or later be exposed and die. Buzz. The heavenly dipper curse descended. Just like the earth fiend heart demon tribulation, the heavenly dipper curse came from within the body. In the body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf, there were trillions of golden runes that densely covered every corner of his body. Not a single one of those runes was the same. Compared to the earth fiend heart demon tribulation, the heavenly dipper curse was even more frightening. That's because the heavenly dipper curse targeted every single part of the body. It could completely destroy a person, leaving nothing behind. A golden cocoon gradually condensed on the sun-devouring demonic wolf's body. The golden cocoon was densely covered with heavenly dipper mantras, and the inside of the golden cocoon was a sea of heavenly dipper mantras. In that instant, Mo Xiaolang seemed to be submerged in a golden sea, and each of the heavenly dipper mantras that formed this sea was like a blade that madly slaughtered Mo Xiaolang's body. The sun-devouring demonic wolf's miserable shriek came from the cocoon. Clearly, the heavenly dipper curse wasn't as easy as the earth fiend heart demon tribulation. When the nirvana tribulation descended, Sumu Chen had temporarily given up on killing Mo Xiaolang and faced Long Chen once again. His good temper had already been thoroughly worn down by Long Chen. He said, "I'll say one last thing. Surrender and I'll bring you back to the team to continue our journey to the Divine Sea." Long Chen believed that Mo Xiaolang could definitely do it. Then he had to hold his ground. Chapter 1808. Impossible. Sumu Chen's voice was extremely cold. The monstrous demonic aura formed endless ghostly shadows, wreaking havoc behind him. He had always had a good temper, but this time, he was really angry. He was a super divine dragon, and a dragon martial artist who was far ahead of Long Chen. He treated Long Chen as a junior who needed guidance, but he did not expect him to be so stubborn. Sumu Chen admired Long Chen's will and courage. He clenched his hands, and the black halberd in his hands condensed into black dragon shadows. "Take this." The black halberd fell from the sky and slashed down. Mo Xiaolang was behind him, so Long Chen could not retreat. He gritted his teeth, and the two swords burned with the flame of soul refining and a large number of primordial slaughter runes. Clang! The opponent knocked Long Chen into the ground with absolute power. This didn't make Long Chen feel defeated. In fact, this was very normal. But what Sumu Chen did not expect was that Long Chen's recovery speed was amazing. In just a moment, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and blocked in front of Sumu Chen again. This time, he did not just block, but launched a violent attack. Eternal Instant, Dream Illusion, Time Roaming Dragon. Among them, the Time Roaming Dragon gave Long Chen invincible power. If it was not for Mo Xiaolong's demonic aura, Sumu Chen would not have been able to find him. Under such circumstances, as long as Sumu Chen did not find trouble with Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen could rely on the time-roaming dragon to endlessly fight with him. Sumu Chen was a gentleman, and in the process of fighting with Long Chen, he did not touch the golden cocoon. Fight to the death. Kill, kill, kill. Sumu Chen was enraged, so he had definitely used his true power. In terms of power, he had formed an absolute suppression. However, because of the existence of the time-roaming dragon, his primordial demon dragon could no longer hurt Long Chen. Every time Long Chen was hit head-on, it was obvious that he couldn't withstand it, but he was able to get up immediately. This rare tenacity moved Sumu Chen. This youth with extremely calm eyes was not even a tenth of his age. What exactly was it that could support him until now? Furthermore, he did not have any regrets. Could it be the so-called brotherhood? Humans and demons could also become brothers. This was what puzzled him the most. In the end, he still couldn't do anything to Long Chen. When he used all of his methods but still couldn't defeat Long Chen, he stopped. He, who was covered in black dragon scales, landed on a mountain peak that was riddled with holes. Long Chen stopped beside the golden cocoon. At this moment, his entire body was covered in blood and he was gasping for breath. However, the look in his eyes did not shrink back. That vigorous power also did not fade away. Within the golden cocoon, Mo Xiaolang had already passed the critical stage. His life force was becoming more and more vigorous. When he came out of the golden cocoon, he could possibly surpass Long Chen. He was also Long Chen's only hope. He was very satisfied. No matter what happened today, he had already done the impossible. He didn't betray his brother. He didn't betray his duty. This was where he was proud of. Even if he died, he had no regrets. Within the golden cocoon, seeing Long Chen covered in blood, the sun-devouring demon wolf let out a furious roar. Its body seemed to contain boundless power, allowing it to shatter the heavenly Dipper divine curse and transform it into its own nirvana force. Within the golden cocoon, the sun-devouring demon wolf's power could be said to have expanded to the extreme. The two of them had personally witnessed the huge leap in the strength and realm of this demonic beast. The benefits brought by the fiery phoenix feather plume were too great. Rumble. The golden cocoon trembled. At this critical juncture, Mo Xiaolang had not only passed the heavenly Dipper divine curse, he had also relied on the power of the fiery phoenix feather plume and the power of anger in his heart to climb to the peak of the 7th level Nirvana Tribulation realm. The Nirvana force in his body was equivalent to the 8th level Nirvana Tribulation realm late phase, which was also the realm that Su Yuyao used to be at. The next realm was the final Nirvana Tribulation, the legendary door of life and death. A door with a slim chance of survival. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang was already extremely close to this door of life and death. Bang! Under the attention of the two of them, the golden cocoon broke open. The golden runes on the body of the golden divine wolf gradually disappeared. Pure black flames rose and burned fiercely. After going through the calamity of the heavenly Dipper divine curse, Mo Xiaolang had undergone a terrifying transformation. At this moment, the power contained in his body was close to Sumu Chen's. Coming out from the golden cocoon, his eyes were blood red as he stared at Sumu Chen. In the golden cocoon, Long Chen had resisted time and time again. It was also his inner strength that resisted the heavenly Dipper divine curse. They worked together and broke through their own limits. Mo Xiaolang knew that Long Chen was waiting for him to break through. That would be the moment they won. Big brother, Mo Xiaolang softly called out. The two of them looked at each other. There was no need to say anything. They could feel each other's conviction. Resist. Long Chen said 2 words. In the distance, Sumu Chen quietly looked at the man and wolf. This wonderful combination was incomparably powerful. They might not be strong, but their spiritual willpower moved Sumu Chen's heart. His gaze was calm. Even when Long Chen and Sumu Chen were in front of him, he still did not make a move. The two brothers were going all out. In terms of combat strength, Su Chen might not be afraid. He might not even lose. However, he waved his hand and said, "You guys can leave." His decision was out of Long Chen's expectations. In his imagination, Su Chen should be sent by Su Zhen to monitor him. He should also know about the martial demon seed, but he wanted to let him go. Su Chen said, "You are an opponent worthy of respect. I will not take advantage of you. Wait until your strength increases. At that time, I will definitely not let you go." Long Chen felt that he could not see through this person. When they were in the martial god ancient city's heavenly line sect, Su Chen had saved him from the 9-star heavenly dawn Bao. Could it be that Su Yuji and Su Yuyao were not good people, but their elder brother had his own thoughts and was not blindly loyal to Su Zhen? Su Chen's decision made Long Chen think more highly of him. He extended his hand and dispersed the surrounding demonic barrier. Without waiting for Long Chen to leave, he left first. Before he left, he did not turn back and said, "Don't be happy too early. I am only giving you some time to think. Quickly deal with the demon clan. Otherwise, you will fall into an irrecoverable situation. I may let you go this time, but others will not let you go. I, Su Chen, never joke. I hope you remember this." After he finished speaking, he hid in the darkness and disappeared not long after. He originally thought that it would be a battle to the death, but he did not expect it to end like this. Mo Xiaolong's strength had increased greatly, but there was no place for him to be used for the time being. He changed into his human form and gritted his teeth. "Big brother, this is really difficult." Long Chen did not regret it. To have a brother who would follow him through life and death was a blessing. His attitude did not change in the slightest, just like before. No matter who it was, they were not qualified to decide their fate. Long Chen would resist at all costs. If it was Mo Xiaolang, he would do the same. This kind of brotherhood did not need to be exaggerated, nor did it need to be said to be earth-shattering, but it was the most solid thing in their hearts. No temptation or disaster could destroy it. From their meeting in Baiyang town until now, it had not changed. In this vast night, Long Chen took a deep breath. The fox girl of the demon clan had given him a huge problem. But this was something that would be exposed sooner or later. As Long Chen's reputation rose in the Dragon God territory, there would be people who would see through Mo Xiaolong's identity as a demon clan. The fox girl of the demon clan had only brought it forward. "Let's go." Long Chen said one word and continued on his way without changing his expression. "All right." Mo Xiaolang did not give up on himself, nor was he pretentious. Since he was facing a fork in his fate, he would let time decide. In these few days, the answer would eventually come out. The demon chi on his body could no longer be concealed. Long Chen found a path with the most desolate beasts. It was also the path with the most terrifying elemental spirit array because there were very few people here. Along the way, there were still people chasing after them. However, those who were not at the reincarnation realm were all killed by Long Chen without any hesitation. If we continue on like this, we will not be able to leave the divine desolate ancient land. Didn't she say that it was sealed? Facing the night wind, Mo Xiaolang said softly. He was very quiet. Even if it's sealed, it can still be opened. Long Chen laughed bitterly. He was actually comforting himself. He stretched out his hands and looked at himself, saying, "Young people have to pay the price for their weakness. However, if I were stronger, I might be able to control my own fate and yours." Mo Xiaolang also laughed. "Yes, we just lack time. We originally thought that the 3 great emperor regions were the limit. When we climbed to the top, we discovered that there was still the eternal divine domain. However, big brother, this is already the end of the world. We will rise again and one day, we will once again stand proudly in this world. No one can touch us. We will be able to control the fate of the common people and become true gods. Don't forget, you are the inheritor of the ancestral dragon." Mo Xiaolong's words gave Long Chen a lot of confidence. He understood that as long as he did not die, this world would belong to them sooner or later. Thus, the knot in his heart was swept away. The two continued forward. Although this path is deserted, there are too many elemental spirit arrays. Mo Xiaolang said. In the surroundings, a storm surged. Several storm elemental spirit arrays rushed past, crushing the surrounding rocks into powder. A tall mountain actually shattered. Long Chen carefully avoided the elemental spirit array. At this time, the psychic snow hound in the divine kingdom became restless again. It was drooling and restless. Long Chen let it out, only to see it wagging its tail and looking at the foot of the mountain that was destroyed by the elemental spirit array. Let's go take a look. After passing through the elemental spirit array, Long Chen blasted away the scattered rocks. He discovered that under the destroyed mountain, there was actually a simple bronze road that led to the depths of the earth. The divine desolate ancient land seems to be a place where treasures are buried. Chapter 1809. The bronze path was quiet and deep. It was unknown where it led to. The bronze steps paved the ground. Elemental spirit arrays wreaked havoc outside, but it was calm inside. Coupled with the greedy barking of the spiritual snow hound, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other. Without any hesitation, they entered the bronze path. Just as they entered, the elemental spirit array swept over and sealed the entrance of the bronze path. If not for the spiritual snow hound, Long Chen might not have been able to discover the bronze path in such a complicated place. On the bronze steps, there were reliefs from the primordial era. There were many pictures of the primordial era's ancestors fighting against the giant demonic beasts. Although the outside had been sealed by the soil, the bronze walls still flickered with a faint light, giving Long Chen the feeling that he was in the starry sky. It seems like someone has been here before. After walking down the bronze steps for about 30 seconds, Long Chen came to this conclusion. There were indeed traces of living people walking on the steps and walls. Doesn't that mean that it must have been emptied? There's nothing left? Mo Xiaolang looked curiously at the deep underground. Long Chen shook his head and said, "That's not necessarily the case. The divine wilderness has existed for so long. For tens of millions of years, people have walked every inch of it. That's normal. From the traces, the last person who barged in here might have been hundreds of thousands of years ago. The terrain of the divine wilderness is constantly changing, so it might not be impossible. Most importantly, this little guy's eyes." Long Chen carried the spiritual snow hound. At this moment, the spiritual snow hound's eyes were wide open as it looked excitedly at the depths of the bronze path. It wished it could leave Long Chen's embrace and run down first. The two continued going deeper. There was an end to the bronze path. After walking for about half an hour, they reached the end of the bronze steps. In front of them was a dilapidated underground palace. It was very large, and it used to be very prosperous. However, it had sunk underground, and after years of corrosion and destruction by later generations, it was no longer what it used to be. In other words, it was impossible to tell what it used to be. However, the carvings of the ancient ancestors fighting against the demon clan were still clearly visible on the ancient wall. From these reliefs and the eyes of the ancient ancestors, I can see that the human race and the demon race are indeed mortal enemies, since ancient times until now. Mo Xiaolang touched these reliefs and said in shock. "Don't forget, you were originally a human too," Long Chen said. "Yes. Of course," Mo Xiaolang hadn't forgotten. It was just that it had been too long, and he had already gotten used to his identity. Shuttling through the dilapidated underground palace, the underground palace was very big. One could imagine that this was once a glorious holy land. Long Chen followed the direction of the spiritual snow hound. "Looks like a lot of people came in later and almost emptied this underground palace," Mo Xiaolang said as he walked. In the depths of the path ahead, a small door suddenly appeared. There were many talismans on the door. Although it had tens of millions of years of history, they were still flashing. "Stop!" Long Chen stretched out his hand and stopped Mo Xiaolang's advance. Walking through this underground palace had been very quiet. But at this moment, Long Chen felt a sense of danger. Indeed, just as he stopped in his tracks, there was movement in front of him. There seemed to be a mechanism in the dark wall. A bronze brick extended out, and on the brick, there were more than 10 ancient green beans. "It's better to be cautious." Long Chen let Mo Xiaolang and the spiritual snow hound enter the God Kingdom, while he entered the River of Time himself. In the form of a time dragon, he welcomed the sudden challenge of this underground palace. More than a dozen green beans fell to the ground with a clatter. Suddenly, a green smoke rose, and in front of Long Chen's eyes, those beans turned into more than 10 2 to 3 meters tall green soldiers. They were clad in black armor and wielded divine weapons. All of them had fierce faces and bloodthirsty eyes. This must be the so-called soldiers formed from beans. They must have been preserved for tens of millions of years. However, after experiencing the erosion of time, these soldiers formed from green beans had long lost their original divine might. Their power had weakened to the extreme. But even so, these dozen green bean soldiers still posed a great threat to Long Chen. Every soldier had the combat strength of a 9th-level Nirvana Tribulation Realm expert. In this narrow space, if Long Chen didn't have the Time Dragon, he would definitely have to fight for a long time to deal with these soldiers. After all, the soldiers formed from beans were very magical. In the case of the Time Dragon, the green bean soldiers lost their target. They were all puppets and didn't really have consciousness. After not sensing the existence of the intruder, they looked around in a daze. After a long time, they didn't move at all. They turned back into green beans and returned to their walls. It could be said that Long Chen had dealt with them effortlessly. The direction indicated by the spiritual snowhound was through the small door in the wall ahead. At that moment, Long Chen didn't hesitate and rushed into the small door. Inside was another palace, but it was very small and clear at a glance. This place seemed to have suffered from a battle. There were scars everywhere, and it was obvious that many people had been here. But why did the spiritual snowhound make him come here? Long Chen wandered around the palace, but he realized that it was empty. This puzzled him, so he made a prompt decision and let the spiritual snowhound come out. He placed it on the ground and let it search for it itself. Even if many people have been here, they must have left behind something important that isn't easy to discover. Long Chen firmly believed that this was his intuition. The snow-white spiritual snowhound's eyes widened, and it twisted its little butt as it wandered around the palace. From time to time, it turned back to look at Long Chen pitifully. Finally, it stopped in front of a palm-sized stone. It circled around the black stone and looked at Long Chen like it was presenting a treasure. This is it. Long Chen was a little shocked. He suspected that the spiritual snowhound's brain had rusted. How could this be a good thing? He picked up the black stone. There was nothing unusual about it. It was a very ordinary stone, but the material was rather hard. However, it was indeed strange that there was a stone that no one cared about in this underground palace. Go back first. I'll think about it. Long Chen looked at the black stone in his hand suspiciously. He realized that the only special thing about it was that it was rather hard. He gradually increased his strength until he used all his strength, but he still couldn't crush the stone. One had to know that Long Chen could almost crush a Dao artifact with more than 30 Dao patterns. His physical body had already grown to a very shocking level. Ding! He took out the god-slaying sword. Prodigal, don't use the god-slaying sword. The kitten stretched its body and said leisurely. But he was fine. While Long Chen and the rest were struggling with life and death, he slept from morning to night as if nothing had happened. Tell me, what is this and what should we do? Kitten came out of the god nation and took the black stone. He looked it up and down and said in surprise, "This is a piece of God's bone. A small part of God's bone, from a real god." Long Chen had a feeling that Kitten was tricking him. This stone was the bone of a god. Yes. It's a very small part of the entire god's bone. Its nature is similar to the fire phoenix feather, but the benefits are definitely greater. Although this piece of God's bone is very small, you've picked up a treasure to be able to get it. Obviously, countless people have come to this underground palace. He laughed without a care in the world. The God's bone appeared in this underground palace. If it was just a small piece, then where were the other parts? If the God's bone appeared, then where were the God's bone? A series of questions appeared. Long Chen shook off these useless worries and asked, "How do I use it?" Kitten rolled his eyes at him and said, "The God-slaying flame. Do you think it's just a random name? That is, a flame that can refine God's spirit. You've had it for so long, but you don't know the most terrifying nature of the God-slaying flame. You're really a prodigal guarding a treasure." Is that so? Long Chen really didn't know that the true use of the God-slaying flame was actually this. In other words, Xiao Lang can devour the heavenly fire, but I can use the God-slaying flame to refine the relics of God's spirit and strengthen myself. Of course. The kitten gave a very annoying smile and swaggered back to sleep. Big brother, big sister Lingxi is still in a deep sleep. I'll protect her for you. Xiaolang was the least talkative. Sure. Long Chen wanted to see if this was the real God's bone and if the God-slaying flame could really refine God's spirit. Mo Xiaolang stood by the side and set up a layer of 9 nether demonic ancestral flame. He stood in the middle of the flames and gave the space to Long Chen. Strength is the basis of whether I can escape or not. I'm still far from being Su Mu Chen's opponent. I'm too weak. Xiaolang also asked the Demon Clan's vixen to do something to me. So I need strength. This was one of the times when Long Chen craved strength the most. He silently placed the god's bone in his palm and looked at it with a blazing gaze. Then, he hugged the god's bone with both of his hands and gently activated the god-slaying flame. The god-slaying flame burned on his hand and covered the god's bone. Perhaps it was because Long Chen didn't use it much, but there was no movement in the beginning. An hour later, Long Chen thought that Kitten was playing with him. But at this moment, he felt that the outermost layer of the god's bone had started to melt. If it hadn't melted, who would know that this ordinary stone was actually a good item? Long Chen's eyes lit up. He gradually felt an unprecedented power from the god's bone that even surpassed the fiery phoenix feather. When the black substance dissipated, half a finger bone, probably a small part of a pinky finger, appeared in Long Chen's hand. Although he was using the god-slaying flame, Long Chen still felt his hands burning when he held the god's bone.